ticker. You know, the most annoying thing that I will complain about in modern vehicles is you give me this nice, beautiful, 8-inch odd touchscreen in the center of the console. Okay, that's great. Why don't you give me a even if I have to like do some,
go deep
happy
into the
jumpy skippy
menus.
stuff
Why can't you let me
to
control
get
these
into
things?
the menus?
Yeah.
Yeah, why can't I get in? And it probably is, but I don't know the process by which to get into it on my particular vehicle. And just go in there and find the button that says service indicator reset and press it instead of having to, stick my left foot in, shake it all about, do the hokey pokey, and hope I do the right combination of things for the right period of time. If you're going to give me the technology, just give me the technology. Don't feed it to me piecemeal. That being said, it appears that at least for certain videos, the data overlord known as Google has graciously started using AI to summarize videos and render them in text form, which, if they are accurately able to do that, is finally a useful use case for AI for the average Joe.
Yes,
or
and
Jane,
also
as your case may be.
that's also going to be also for the perspective of AI. That's really not that complicated, because that's basically most AIs are actually large language models, and that would actually be in their ballywhack, and actually they could do possible. Right, hello everyone. I think we're now live and it's all working. I think it's working. So yeah, we've been having a bit of a fun conversation, a few things before we get started. One of the fun conversations is these two have kindly talked me down a little bit because I am getting really annoyed with the phrase "don't give the milk away for free" when it comes to academics apparently appearing on social media. This seems to be a growing movement I keep hearing from various sources, and I don't know why they've A, picked up this American phrase, and B, why it's coming out so often. But yeah.
That's an American phrase?
Don't give the milk away for free.
I've never heard an American say that before. I'm sorry.
It's an American southernism, apparently, which is basically about sex before marriage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard it phrased.
Which is now being applied. Which is now being applied to British academia, apparently, in social media. Don't ask me where this came from. I really don't know.
Yes.
I am annoyed with it, but basically, the thing is, there's a worry going about that academics open themselves up to problems by appearing on social media. They can bring the universities and academia into disrepute. Now, I can understand that. Once you say something online, it's online forever. It's wrong. And I've said things wrong in the past, and I've gone back and corrected them, and you admit mea culpa, and you get on with it. It's the fact of life. It's being a bit of an adult. But I will say that the video where I said the thing wrong has had about 10 times as many views as the video where I admitted I said it wrong. Because, again, that's life. I made a mistake that time. It's a mistake I learned from. It's basically I relied on someone else's maths. And that's the thing you should never do. You just shouldn't. I didn't check their figures. I used their figures before. They'd always been fine, and I didn't bother to check. The one time I didn't bother to check, it turned out their calculator obviously malfunctioned that day. And so, yeah.
It happens to the best of us, I suppose.
It's fun. Not sure why the queue is closed. I'm sure I pressed the bot on.
You have it started, but I don't think it's been opened yet. Woohoo, we got it now.
Now open.
Well done, folks. Well done.
And apologies about not fixing the timestamps from last week's Q&A. I just both personally, professionally, and publicly, last week was not the best week for me. So not much got done that I was not strictly obligated to do.
Don't worry.
For a highlight of how my week for the highlight of how my week went on Friday, I did a 250-foot pole. I had 2 wires slip the pole about 50 feet prior of where they were going to be terminated. So now I have to pull all or part of that entire triplex three-phase set back through. And then in the evening, when I was going out with a friend of mine to get new glasses, my
is
internals
new
decided
glasses
that
code for
they had enough.
Warhammer? Because I know you and your addictions.
No. The Warhammer shops in my area do not have great stock, and are either they don't have great stock, or they're not conveniently located / aren't actually great places to go. Like Jersey Cards and Comics is fine; they have a great stock in their Yorktown location, but the place could do with about $1,000 in lights and ceiling tiles. So, yeah. There's a reason I drive into Midlothian to go play 40K. If you're in Midlothian area, Battlegrounds is possibly the best game store I've ever had the pleasure to walk into.
Okay, and let me just put out here as my advice as probably one of the most online academics in the entire country while I'm doing this. Do it. Go and talk to people. Come online, do the stuff where we, come on videos, do things like this has mainly come up. If there's a project which I'm doing with fleets, there's also my own project, the 2 historians, and that's why this has sort of come up. And it's a case of, yeah, life is good. Doing this stuff helps spread the history, spread the knowledge, and frankly, that's the thing you should be doing. I'm not going to make nasty remarks about ivory towers, etc., because I am also an academic, so frankly, I can't, the people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones sort of trick. But I am going to say the best way to defeat that perception of academia is to go out and talk to people. And do it on every opportunity you can get. And go and share your information, because I think the stats where I looked at today, my channel has had 2.4 million views. 2.4 million.
Excuse me, Doctor.
That's more students than I probably. That's my channel.
Sorry, just need to step in for some moderation here. Channelord, I appreciate your gusto, but it looks like you may have just you put a little bit of breather between your questions there, boss.
Chandlord,
you're
are you a knight in competition?
A run for his money, and I have already gotten on Knight 6831's case about spamming the question chat. So yeah, give a little breathing room there, please. Let at least 30 seconds go through between submissions. That is a system which will be integrated eventually. It just hasn't been done yet.
Yeah.
Other things.
But yeah, just social media's a great. I've had 2.4 million views on this channel, and I'm not a big channel. I'm not a massive channel by any stretch of imagination. I'm never going to claim I am. You all know who my best friend is. You know how many. He's on course to probably get to 1 million subscribers. He is doing really, really well, and he probably dwarfs me every week. But the thing is, that doesn't matter. That's good for naval history, because that gets more people into naval history through him. And then there's more naval history from me and from others. And the thing is, the thing you learn when you start doing this stuff on social media, start spreading this, there isn't this finite pool of people or things you're competing off, because someone can watch my video, can watch Drax's video, can watch the Chieftain's video, can watch the Foo's video, and still have time to eat during a day. I say that because, all of us can run quite long videos. So basically that will just limit you down to time to eat. But there's plenty of time in a day to watch multiple other videos. It's a good thing.
There are.
It's a good thing. Don't worry, Chandlord. I think Runon is also slightly worried about poor Powder Monkey going boom. That's a realistic thing.
I think Powder Monkey is stable enough to take it. It's just mainly the thing of I don't want our viewership to be like, Okay, this is another question from the same person. We've been answering questions from the same person for 15 minutes. You're fine. It's just kind of a okay. Let's throttle it back.
Yeah.
Throttle it back a little bit.
Quizmaster China, I have no idea why Nightbot has decided to take you down.
Oh, spamming cap.
Sorry.
And then we've also got Dr. Clarke, the major topic of discussion that you do want to, or we have to, as you say, somewhat make the case. I believe you politely said.
Basically, social media and doing YouTube and doing these videos is a good way of spreading your research. It's a good way of communicating with a wider audience and of getting more people interested. It's a good way of connecting with a lot of people. You know, some of the questions I get, some of the stuff I get today, it's... Well, there's the people I now work with. I now work with DeFu, I work with Runon, I work with Leslie, I work with... Well, I would say I work with Knight because we have so many questions between us that, frankly, it's a constant, ongoing relationship. I realise there are many more still to come. Dan, Dan Freeman, who's here in the chat, Stafford, Steve, all of the wonderful mods I have, and you build a community, but also you start spreading out your information. You spread out your knowledge. There's a video which is coming on Tuesday, which is me and Drac talking about the aircraft carriers that might have been for 2.5 hours solid from the Royal Navy. And I don't know how many viewers that video will get, but it's a fun video. And I am literally going to leave it as it's just us having the conversation. I'm not adding any pictures, anything. I was tempted to play around with it, but I thought anything I add in, any edits I add in, could disrupt the flow, could make it look like I've been editing things, and I wanted people to see that this was literally just us having a conversation for 2.5 hours. Just us sitting down, chatting. You can actually see behind me the light changing as it goes from the daytime quite bright light to nighttime, and I forgot I hadn't turned on the lights at that point.
Yep. Seems about right.
No fratricide between the mods. I keep trying to tell them that we don't need to have any sort of Highlander rules games between the mods, but Melanie, who's not here yet, keeps saying one shall rule them all, and they'll get a bit scared.
We don't do that.
Basically, the odds are it'll be
Melanie that. Just remind Melanie that I do have keys to the powder keg, so you know. If I'm going down, she's coming with me.
And of course, let us not forget the fact that we don't disrupt what needs to be a somewhat close-knit group, given kind of need it to be close-knit right now.
Yeah, and I would say also with the stuff and naval history, etc., the promotions that's going through, one of the things I found interesting, and Fu can talk about this more than probably I can, because if anyone's more online than me, it's Fu. And all the stuff you do, especially at the moment. And I'm hoping you'll find a job soon, but, you know, I also quite like it when you are a full-time historian, because it's quite good, because all the content you're producing, and all the stuff you're doing, you know. And I don't know if anyone saw, but he was doing Empire's game today, which is quite a fun thing to have watching along in the background while I was sorting things out and prepping for this stream. And this live. And the thing is, the best way to combat bad information is good information. The best way to have an informed debate about anything is to have a lot of good quality information out there at people's fingertips that they can find. And yes, the odds are if someone wants to go and look, they will go and find the one piece of bad information which confirms what they previously believed to be true. There are always going to be people like that. But the vast majority of people, what they do is they do a Google search and they go with what's on the top of the list. So it's up to us. And sorry, I have got corky fluff over my face, and I've got a poodle who's currently going hello. It's up to us to make sure there's maximum good information out there as possible, so that the first hits on any of your search results are full of good information. I think someone now has
Indeed.
despite having gone to the garden before I started to stream, wants to go in the garden again. So I'm going to quickly let him out. He's looking very, very friendly and very energetic. I will leave you all,
The problem that we have
discussing
is
this topic quickly.
the problem that we have by any form of limitation on academics limiting themselves to being functioning only purely in academic spaces, not engaging on social media, not engaging on YouTube in any way, not only engaging on traditional sources of media, is that basically just stifles discussion, and it stifles the free flow of information. Like, obviously, if people want to get the proper experience, yeah, they should go to university. But if there's already a discussion going on, it should entirely be up to the academic individually whether or not they choose to go and give their advice and their knowledge. It should not be up to universities to dictate to academics whether or not they can engage on platforms. You don't see universities saying you can't go on this television program, or you can't talk to this newspaper, or you can't write this book. I mean, that's where they're headed. Like, if this is what they start with, and say you can't go on social media and you can't talk to colleagues, up and coming historians who haven't gone to university or gone through the traditional route to become a historian, where does it end? Where do you draw the line? What's classed as okay for academics to engage with and what isn't? Is it purely research papers? Are academics only allowed to talk to other academics? This is where drawing lines like this becomes monumentally stupid.
It does, and I can see also the problem. The problem started off with I think I can see it. It's starting off with the idea about Twitter / X, whatever you want to call it now, and it's spreading from there. And I'm watching it and going, this is not sensible. Now, admittedly, I'm lucky. I'm a contract lecturer, so basically, I'm not as valuable to any university as a permanent lecturer. And I am, thanks to everyone on YouTube and all the stuff I do and Historiathon and etc. and things coming up, I am funded in terms of research terms by all of you. So I'm sort of the closest you get to what would be called the traditional independent academic. Because a lot of the academic institutional systems when they're set up and when they're designed, especially the ones based on the UK university, the academics used to be people who were already of means. So frankly, the university pay could be terrible because they didn't depend on it for their income, but also it meant the university had little to no control over them at all. And that's, they would have to pass certain standards and to be employed and be kept, but if they disagreed with something, they could go bye-bye, disappear off, and they didn't care about it. But nowadays, the vast majority of academics are in debt up to their eyeballs. I'm lucky again. My PhD was funded. I've been quite honest. Thanks to a father, grandparents, and great-grandparents who were all Masons, I got funded by the Royal Masonic Trust for Boys and Girls, who fully funded my PhD program, so I didn't have to pay for that. One of the things is I applied to the place where you're supposed to apply to for funding, and I got turned down without even a conversation twice. And then eventually, when someone rang up on my behalf, who's far more able to speak to these things than me, basically they were pre-screening who they were turning down because they didn't think you could complete the degrees. Let's put it this way: this was in a time prior to now when dyslexia was still considered a major issue for academics. And actually, I was at points in my PhD introduced by heads of department as their openly dyslexic PhD student, with a serious expression on their face.
Highly relevant information to be dealt with in an introductory stage.
Oh, it's a fun one. Your first time you're meeting someone, you're being introduced by the head of the department. I get introduced. Oh, this is Alex. He's our openly dyslexic PhD student. And it's a case of that That sounds wrong, rolling off the tongue. Openly dyslexic just doesn't sound right, but that's what it was. That's what those days were like, and that's fine. That survived. We all got through, and frankly, they didn't mean anything bad by it. I don't want anyone to think they were being nasty by it. No, it was just a thing in those days. It was still quite a weird thing to be. And now, one of the reasons I was able to do all that, though, was I was on social media quite early. I'm from the generation where all this stuff came in, and I found social media a really useful thing. It's where I found Kings. It's where I found the War Studies Department. It's where I found where I wanted to go. Was thanks to social media. Was thanks to sitting in those areas. Was going discussing things. It's where I found some brilliant people. James Smith is a good example of them. He's a really clever dude. He does a lot of stuff for King's College London now. Done an absolutely interesting, absolutely essential read PhD thesis on the founding of the Ministry of Defence. And the different scenarios in both America and Britain of combining the administration of the armed forces into one bureaucracy and the issues in it. And it's a really interesting read. But I can tell you now that he had an absolute nightmare doing it, and if it hadn't been for social media, he would have had a lot more trouble doing it. But the reactions coming about, I can see, because every time there's a big political event, there are always problems. Because if you express an opinion in politics, the odds are 50% of the people are going to disagree with you. And some people don't like that, and some people see that as a bad thing. I see that that's a mean of, oh, good, there's a lot of people for me to have a debate with. Perhaps they'll change my opinion, perhaps I'll change their opinion, perhaps we'll both actually come together and form a completely new opinion. But I realise I'm weird. I like that. I like a discussion. And I'm prepared, if you can show me a good enough evidence, to change my mind on things. But also, conversely, I can also give a story about an academic who once wrote to me about a paper I published, who said, this is wrong because of this. And I went, I have never seen those documents. I don't have access to those documents. I'm going with the information I have found in the UK National Archives. You're talking about documents which I can't find any record of in the Japanese archives. And he went, well, you should trust me because you're being very rude. I'm a fellow academic telling you this. You should trust me. I'm going, no. That is not the academic system. That's not the academic program. I don't trust you because you're a fellow doctor. I trust the research. I trust the sources. And anyway, he went off and said I was very rude, and carried on. And actually, to this day, apparently, still says doesn't like me at all. And all I literally was saying to him was, I need to see sources before I'm going to change a journal article or an article I've published that is all source backed and backed with primary sources that I have been able to find and see. I'd like to see your sources. I'm not just taking your word for it. I don't see that as being rude, because in my work, I've referenced my sources and shown them to you. But yeah. That's life, though. And let's get into tonight's topic, because into the questions tonight, because it's off topic. It's been building up over the last week. You might have seen it's come out in more and more videos, because I am up to about 4 dozen emails from various colleagues. And the fact that 30 of them contained variations on that phraseology started to really wind me up.
Do you mind
and of course, the fact that it threatens multiple projects, not only involving myself, but also Dr. Clarke as well. So it threatens projects of multiple people.
I don't mind about my
Clarke,
projects. My projects I can adjust.
Anger.
I find it annoying when I've made promises to friends based on what others have promised me, and then they let me down, because then I've let down my friends. That is what annoys me. That will annoys me, because I repeat people's words in good faith, and then it doesn't. Yeah.
Do you mind if I weigh in?
No, please go ahead.
You're a calmer head than I
So
on this subject.
Yeah. From my chair, what I've seen over the last, I'm going to say 5 years, is that we have somebody who has a large platform. This is completely agnostic to political, social, religious beliefs. It's just they have a large platform.
Mm-hmm.
They say something that is counterfactual to the established research. Could be any topic. The problem is because they have a large platform and because there is nobody else who has the opinion supported by the current best research available on that topic that has a roughly equivalent platform. That's what gets accepted as truth. That goes to impact relationships. It goes to impact business decisions. It goes to impact public policy, because that is what everybody accepts to be true. If you take an entire department, especially on a scale of, on the scale of a history department, that is their whole point is to be illuminating the past and putting the past into context so that we can learn the lessons from it, so many of which have been paid for in some variation of blood, and you close that off so that it is not as openly accessible as possible. At least the lessons are not as openly accessible as possible. You are going to continue to have the complaining by the academics of why aren't people listening to us, while also not speaking as loudly as you could. Additionally, there are times where you will teach somebody whose job, like mine, has nothing to do with history. I am an electrician. I am a field electrician. I'm about as far away as you can get from a history-centric position as is possible.
I don't know what I am.
The stuff I have learned from social media history is actually become relevant on a couple of occasions to some of the other people who work at my job. Now, has it made big impacts on them? I don't know that. But it has been relevant to some conversations which I have had. So if you want, I guess my retort to don't give the milk away for free is, if you want people to be able to make informed decisions in how they run their lives and impact their communities, you cannot gatekeep the information by which they would make those decisions. And if you are going to, then don't complain that they are not making informed decisions.
Well, this is
cannot
why
have it both ways.
This is why I get worried when I see history departments being closed down, because there is a lot of people who tell me, well, no, what students need is STEM degrees because they're going to earn a lot more money. And I go, well, actually, no, history is one of the most employed degrees in the world. And if we consider Google actually hired more historians than they hired programmers for the last few years, and
I will point out that university, anyone who claims students go to university, you've got to get a really good degree you can use. No, that's the mistake I made. Go to university to get a degree that you enjoy, because otherwise you're not going to have the dedication you need to finish it through to completion.
You do have to at least think. You do have to at least enjoy it, but to an extent, you have to find it interesting. You have to find it something which is going to motivate you. But also, the thing about history, and the really important thing is, history is the perfect degree for dealing with all the information issues we have. Because history is all about source analysis, it's all about making a case and argument, it's all about verification, it's all about referencing, it's all about diving into information which is put forward by different people. By people who may, and people who are putting forward cases with, they might even not realize they're putting forward a bias in their argument. There might be a bias in their argument where they're presenting information. And you'll tilt all of that in a history degree. I will say this: if it's done correctly, I have heard some discussions about some history degrees in this world. I will leave to other people to investigate. But my version of a history degree that I've always been taught on, and I've always taught, is I give the student the skills to go and find out the information themselves. I'm not just going to tell you stuff and expect you to repeat it by rote. That's not a good history degree. That's not a good any degree. That's not what university is supposed to be about. University is supposed to be about teaching you to work, function on your own as an adult, not teaching you to carry on what you've learned, should have done, and got rid of at GCSE, i.e. repeating information by rote. But let's get into the actual naval history questions now, because otherwise the three of us could be discussing this for ages. And I have a feeling it could also end up being a topic on bilge pumps at some point when we finally get that recorded again. And the key release worked. Teddy Roosevelt is elected for his 4th term. How would World War I and the subsequent naval treaties look? I don't think Teddy Roosevelt would ever sign up to naval treaties. So I'll shoot
first
that
of all,
one straight away.
there aren't going to be naval treaties,
No.
for a start, because if Teddy Roosevelt's involved, I hate to break it to you, Lusitania is absolutely a casus belli. It's all the casus belli he needs.
Yeah.
Americans have died. That's it, we're going in.
Yes. And he's going in hard. He's going in very hard.
I'm sorry, but wasn't Lusitania a British flagged vessel?
Yeah,
but
American
Americans died. Also,
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, the Germans also cottoned on quite quick that sinking liners, whether they're carrying war cargoes or not, unless they're specifically flagged and showing that they are troop ships, is a really bad look.
The interesting thing is that might end up with an American battle squadron being at the Battle of Jutland, because that's May 1915. So, a battle squadron could have arrived in the UK and have been integrated in the Grand Fleet by June-ish 1916. So, yeah.
Does Shear risk? Will Shear's calculus still be the same if there's the thought that the Americans are involved?
Well, his idea was to try and kill small groups of British ships to lessen the numbers so that he could then take on the fleet. It's basically the same as the Japanese strategy. It's attrition to the point at which we can fight you. So...
And additionally, the U.S. battle line that's going to be able to get there is going to be slow enough where it could be calved off from a British force or sufficiently slow down the heavy hitting forces of the British.
Not
where it makes their fast wings more vulnerable to attrition attacks.
Not really. The US, there's a lot made about US battle lines and, their speed disadvantage. But aside from the elephants in the room, that's the South Carolinas, every US dreadnought battleship had a maximum speed of 21 knots. The Grand Fleet's maximum battle speed was 21 knots, and they cruised at a far more sustainable speed even under the turbines. Because again, they're all coal-fired, and so your limits then isn't really, instead of having 2 limits when you're a vertical triple expansion engine coal-fired ship where you have to manage your engines and you have to manage your stokers, as a coal-fired turbine-driven ship, you still have to manage your stokers' exhaustion levels. So you wouldn't crank up to 21 knots unless you're on the eve of opening fire. So there's no reason why the US are going to be tactically unable to handle steaming with the Grand Fleet.
No,
Unless they're stupid enough to bring the South Carolinas. Although, to be fair, the South Carolinas will be exceptionally useful in the Mediterranean. Because that gives you 2 dreadnoughts that are very...
They would be. I'm just thinking that... I'm just trying to work out. They'd be commissioned May and March. New York and Texas would be sent, probably. And... Probably the Wyoming. It would probably be the New Yorks, the Wyomings, and the Floridas.
Honestly, Dr. Clarke, given what we're looking at here and the year, I see no reason to alter the historical deployment of the US fleet to Europe, apart from obviously some destroyers not being extant and some crews. But apart from that, I see no reason to alter the US's deployment to the Grand Fleet.
I just think that in the nicest way, Roosevelt will want to deploy as much as possible. So I'm reckoning 6 rather than 6 battleships will be what he'll deploy.
And he'll want to commit to the Mediterranean as well.
Yeah, but then he can deploy others. Delaware's and South Carolinas could go to the Mediterranean. Because let's be honest, the Delawares are also a bit of a issue.
And of course, you can also...
Dakota has early Curtiss steam turbines, and Delaware has triple expansions.
Yeah.
So, this is why I said...
I will also point out...
Floridas have Parsons steam turbines, so they can be easily maintained in the UK. Wyoming's have Parsons steam turbines, again, can easily be maintained in the UK. New York's have... they have different engines depending on which one they are, don't they? Again, like they have a triple expansion engines, or they have
but
turbines.
they've also got the
power
10,
and so on and so
14 inch.
Yeah.
They've got the 10, 14-inch guns though, which basically means that if other weaker battleships are going, then to be blunt, New Yorks have to go as well.
Well, I'm not
Almost
sure.
as a status symbol.
The Nevadas have 10, 14-inch battleships, but guns.
Yes,
but they're too late.
oil fired,
And they're too late.
and also they're oil fired.
Yeah, but the Wyomings
anything.
The Wyomings have 12-inch guns. I don't think anyone could really consider those to be lightly
I'm not
armed.
saying that. It's more just to lead the fleet into Scapa Flow. What better sight than arguably the two most powerful battleships in Scapa Flow when they arrive in mid-1915, because the QEs aren't there yet. And I'm sorry to say this, but when I get 13.5 to 14s, etc., and it's horses for courses, but there's something to be said for having the largest guns in the anchorage, even if it's only for a few months. You could even also see a US.
My good friend, could you please clarify that, because there is someone there in 1915 at this point, because the Lusitania sinks in May 1915, so they can't get there before probably June 1915. And whilst Queen Elizabeth is off wandering around heading towards Gallipoli, there is someone there from about March 1915 onwards.
No, I'm getting my dates mixed up. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting my dates.
You forgot Warspite. I was trying to get you out of that before Drac hunts you down and hurts you. You forgot Warspite. I'm not sure what form of do you have the Warspite rosary to do the penance on?
And to be blunt, I also forgot the ex-Ottoman battleship Resadaya with her 10 14-inch guns. No.
Canada?
No, Resadaya.
Canada.
No, Canada is the ex-Chilean battleship Almirante Latorre. Sorry. Resadayas have 10 13.5s. They're literally straight copies of that year's British battleship when they're ordered. So I'm just straight up thinking of Almirante Latorre. I've forgotten about Almirante Latorre. But what was it? Oh yes. So you've got that. I also do think the 4 Tennessees would also come over, basically because that's a great way to get another scouting. It's a great way to argue for an American-led scouting force to help with because obviously the British using their their armored cruisers as the Grand Fleet's organic scouts, rather than the somewhat separate battle cruiser fleet, which yes does scout for the Grand Fleet, but the armored cruisers are scouts that Jellicoe can directly control. If you then bring over the 4 Tennessees, you've got 4 more very powerful armored cruisers that are also fairly quick as well.
Yeah, 22-knot ships. They're good.
That can form the core of an American scouting force, possibly also with of course, you've got the Chester class cruisers, which are early turbine ships, but they are very quick.
Yeah.
The Chesters would probably come over as the fast part of. Honestly, given the Chester's 24-knot top speed, you might see them assigned to the battlecruiser fleet. Although they might serve as a fast wing for the Grand Fleet, I'm not sure.
They can sort of keep pace with the Invincibles and Infatables, but they can keep pace with Second Battle Squadron. Maybe but they can't keep pace with the Harwich Force, and they can't keep pace with the. Hello. Okay, is that noises going on?
If the battlecruisers ramp up to full speed, 24 knots is not going to be enough.
No.
What you might see is if the Chesters arrive, you might see an argument for the QEs to go romping around with their own little task force with the Chesters with them.
Yeah, that would be an interesting little task force for people to come across.
Especially if the Revengers are coming in. Jellicoe goes, okay, I've got the Revengers coming in. I don't need the QEs to stick. The QEs don't really fit with the Grand Fleet in terms of speed, but they don't fit with the battle cruisers either. With the Chesters, I've got cruisers that do pretty much bang on the same speed the QEs do. their lack of range doesn't matter in the North Sea. Or I'll say
No.
lack of range by American standards doesn't matter in the North Sea.
No.
They'll probably have better coal, given they'll probably have Welsh coal, so they might even be able to do. They might even be able to break 24.5, 25 knots, since they'll have better quality coal. Again, there's a lot of options here.
Yeah, there are. Sorry, fireworks going off outside. Someone's going.
Yeah. When it comes to the end of the war, you're probably looking at the war, given the sheer amount of manpower on the Western Front now, given the sheer amount of, given the fact that Wilson will not be throttling Britain's access to cheap credit, as happened in 1916 onwards. You'll have a much less financial strain on Britain and therefore much less financial strain on France. You'll also have direct American involvement. What you're also probably looking at is
Also,
you're
you
looking
could be
at
looking at
the
American
Germans having.
troops turning up in. They will be turning up 1915 onwards, end of 1915 onwards. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So you've also then got because the Germans at this point are on the offensive in Russia, they will basically have to decide: do we go all in on Russia, or do we have to pull off some troops? They'll probably decide at first to go all in on Russia. Then when the Americans and British and French do offensives, that yes, they'll be bloody, but they are going to gain ground for the simple fact that yeah, if the British do a large attack, the Germans can repulse it. If the French do a large attack, the Germans can repulse it. If all three of them do large-scale offensives in the Somme, Verdun, and Flanders, that's not... The Germans might repulse one, maybe two of those attacks, but there's going to be a breakthrough force somewhere. It won't be a war-ending breakthrough, but it'll be enough where the Germans go, okay, let's try and either scale back offensive operations on the Eastern Front or halt offensive operations on the Eastern Front and shift some troops westward, which means that when you get that incredibly good cadre of Tsarist officers that you start see coming up into Field Marshal and General rank in 1916-17, these are the men that come up with things like the Brusilov offensive, which I'm sure anyone who's familiar with the Eastern Front in World War I will know how successful that was, even with German strength in the East being what it was. Imagine how successful that will be with reduced German strength. It might be as successful, but the losses may not be nearly as severe as they were.
Yeah.
At that point, you've basically given a shot into the arm to not just Russian hopes of winning the war, but also the Tsarist government saying, look, we can appoint the right people. We can win this war. And also, you've also got the Tsarists may have access to additional lines of credit from the United States, which may mean that some of the economic policies...
There's other ways of reinforcing the Tsarist government. If you've got America on side, there are other ways of getting economics working.
Yeah. Especially if America's on side, you may see convoys being run from American Pacific ports into Vladivostok and then supplies trundling up the Trans-Siberian Railway.
I'm just going to clarify something quickly tonight. And sorry, someone keeps licking the mouse, which is going to cause all sorts of weird things to happen. It's not next week, it's the week after. I don't think the stream has crashed.
Let me just check. I will just do a check. 1 second.
It's still active on my side of the Atlantic, at least.
Yeah, it's still active for mine.
Where are we? Let Fleet do a little bit of the old investigation here.
The poodle is now literally eyeballing the screen and smiling at everyone.
As we're at over 10 minutes on this one, I think we knock it over the head.
Yeah.
I do still we do still need. I would agree with you on that point, but I would like to wrap up the conclusion of the conflict before we do. Otherwise, I feel like it's not doing the question justice.
I think
so you're basically looking at a conflict resolution with a negotiated settlement. You're looking at the Austrian Kaiser going to the German Emperor and saying, "Look, I want to end the war. My empire's on the verge of collapse. You know full well this has gone from a conflict where we could clutch out a victory in the last second to a conflict where we have no hope of winning it. Let's go seek terms now and do what we can to preserve our nations, our empires, and our monarchical states."
I love the way you think that they're going to be that simple.
Oh
But
no,
yeah,
it's not. But it's I am vastly oversimplifying. You're probably looking at negotiations running from early 1917 to mid, with the peace probably coming in mid to late 1917. Russia will probably demobilize the second there's an armistice or a ceasefire, just to try and stave off the worst of revolution. You're looking at a world in which the Ottoman Empire is the only empire that gets carved up by the
oh, the German Empire's gone as well.
Entente.
But the
Oh
thing,
no, no. But what happened?
but the difference is there's going to be no League of Nations. It's going to be there's no going to be no mandates. Roosevelt's going to want territory
Yeah,
because
you're looking at
Roosevelt's our little American imperialist in so many ways.
yeah, you're looking at the Austrian Empire crumbling basically on its own after the peace is concluded. The Italians will get some of the territory they deserve, but probably nothing more than they got historically. The Serbs will get their Yugoslavian state, and then Austria-Hungary will just gradually collapse under its own. Like the peace treaty, it won't be a case where there'll be a Hungarian revolution and then
the really interesting
and then
thing
there'll be two separate peace treaties.
The really
But just to
interesting
very
thing
quickly,
with the losses that Italy might not suffer as many losses, and so they might not see the rise of fascism in Italy.
the problem is you'll still have the stabbed in the back. We didn't get what we were promised. Even if we didn't take it, we still were promised it for joining the war.
Yeah, but that might not. Let's put it this way: that takes on a very different policy depending on who the government is. It's something which a minority are upset about, but not really motivated, versus it's a rallying cry being used to try and stir up a majority. There's a difference depending on how the governments take on it, and you know, it's kind of like the current UK government can't seem to understand international relations can have consequences. If you do one thing in one place, it can set a precedence for another area, and people can think they can win it, and yeah, it gets you into trouble.
All right, next contestant.
Yeah. Right, let's go for the next question. What is the next question?
All right, Chandelord Channel. Question 8. Which European shipbuilders would you recommend to a nascent navally inclined nation that wants to develop a semi-domestic building capacity or capability to aid them, setting current day?
Current day, basically you have a wide variety of choices. France is basically out because they will not agree with any form of domestic technology sharing. Because again, keeping it in-house is one of the things that France is extremely keen on. Britain might be willing to do technology transfers and trades, but again, a lot of will want to keep the shipbuilding in-house.
And that's not a specific shipyard.
Yeah. You're probably looking at Ferrol in Spain. They seem to be quite happy to deal with those building ships in their own.
They're not. They do a good job of it, but they're not. And I know why you're saying them, but you've missed the obvious one.
Go on then.
Damon. The Damon Group. That have 30 shipyards worldwide and are basically involved in shipbuilding since 1927. Started in the Netherlands. Support all sorts of ship designs, always putting out ship designs, give you a wide range of vessels to go to, and are very good at setting up yards in local domestic countries, hence they have 30 yards worldwide. They're the best group no one ever really talks about. And there's a reason why they supply so many ships around the world. When you start looking into them, you go, oh, all their OPVs come from them. Oh, they got their frigates, their patrol vessels from them. Oh, they got this, that. And you start looking and going, they do a nice role in LHDs, LPDs, corvettes, frigates, patrol vessels. If you're a nascent navy, those are the things you're sort of looking at. And, sorry, I'm doing the noise because I spent the morning, for some reason, thinking about Bruce Forsyth. So it's now stuck in my head. I apologise. But you remember the show he was on.
Vaguely, yes.
Please don't tell me you're so young you don't remember the Bruce Forsyth show.
I mean, I don't, but I think that's because
He's a British
I'm young
entertainer.
enough, and yeah, that too.
Yeah. But yeah, look up Bruce Forsyth, and you will not be disappointed with the quality of entertainment. But yeah, Damon, who you go to? They are the Spanish ones are very good, but they don't adjust their designs. Ask the Australians about that and others. They basically go, "This is our design. You'll accept it, right?" And you go, "Well, I'd like changes."
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. And then they build it, and you haven't made the changes. No, but it works. They're very good designs if that's what you want. Whereas Damon will adjust their designs and will build a yard local to you. And also, some would argue that some of the issues we currently have with Harland Wolf are because not everything's being played above board in cricket. There is all sorts of rumours flying around about that one.
Alrighty.
Next question.
Knight 6831, question 205. Would the Yak 38 Forager have been improved if it was using a ski jump takeoff like the Harrier?
Fleet?
It didn't use a ski jump takeoff?
No, they didn't fit them until they got to the Kuznetsov class or Tbilisi class, and by that point they were aiming for bigger vessels, different aircraft.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really fit with the like the Kievs. The Kievs are like, well, you can't really do a ski jump on a vessel like the Kievs and retain the missile armament, given the way the tubes for Russian missiles of the period are arranged. And you've also got the problem of, well, not the problem, more the fact of life that is the Yak 38, well, isn't really built to handle ski jump launches. It's also designed around the concept of it takes off vertically, flies to its destination, does what it needs to do, and then returns to land vertically.
It does do rolling takeoffs on occasion, and it can do them to an extent. If you were putting in a ski jump, you'd probably adjust some of its systems around it. I'm thinking with their missile system, it's more a case of blast deflection that's going to be your problem than anything else. And if anything happens weird, by the way, the poodle is licking the keyboard, so I'm just saying that. I have no idea why he's licking the keyboard, but he is. So if the screen suddenly dies or anything like that, it's the poodle licking the keyboard. There's no bacon on that keyboard. But honestly, with the Kievs and ski jumps, it's going to be an issue of dealing with blast deflection, and I honestly think it's a question probably you'd end up having to lose about two missiles from your launch capacity. So the question is it worth it for what the ski jumps would give you in additional capacity from your Yak 38s? Now, I would say yes, but I'm more of a carrier-minded person, and the Soviets were more cruiser-minded when they were building them, so they would probably say no.
That's a
And that's the honest answer. Next question? Unless you have any more to add.
probably nothing at
Not
all.
I, said the thief. Alrighty, Michael Couch, question 1 of 2. In a previous Bruships, you mentioned that the Falklands War RN had plans for a 4.5-inch ship versus Belgrano engagement. How do you think that this would have gone?
Well, they had a surface action group heading fast towards there, being led by Captain Coward again, and who is the most inappropriately named man in history. It's basically a case of give him that name and then watch him do everything to prove he isn't.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
His ship did not, if I remember correctly, have guns on it because it was a Type 22 birth branch. So he was relying on his Exocet missiles. So they were seeming to get into missile range, and they also had ships with guns with them. And the plan was to fire missiles and then carry on closing, and if necessary, use the guns. The thing is, Their fire control's okay. Its volume of ships. It's how good is the Belgrano's fire control going to be that day? What are the missiles going to do? Let's put it this way: I don't think the Belgrano survives it, but if it manages to survive the missile volley first and gets through that, then the surface action will be interesting, and it will probably lead to the Royal Navy introducing 6-inch guns again or something, because suddenly there'll be this case of this ship killed this many ships with its guns. And we all know how governments like knee-jerk reactions. Alright, and question 2 of 2 follow-up. What impact will Belgrano engagement have on ship design going forward? I think I answered that one. There's going to be a knee-jerk reaction. There's already enough reaction post-Falklands War to reinstalling guns on ships. And making sure you have deck guns back on ships. And ever since, there's never been any case of, we're going to design a modern ship. Is it going to not have a deck gun? No, it's going to have a deck gun in the Royal Navy and most other navies as well in the world. I think in this scenario where you have a gun duel, you might actually get ships having a double-double coming back again. Because it might be a case of, frigate, this is what happens when you run out of missiles. We actually do have gun engagements. We better be prepared for it.
So does that mean the Zumwalts actually get fitted with their AGS system?
Oh no, that's still Rumsfeld. So nicest way, sorry, that I have no idea what he does. He's nuts enough that time.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. I should not have been expecting Rumsfeld to actually abide by the laws of logic and common sense.
You know, in nicest way, you forced me to mention him, so Cyclic's going to be upset because that just is going to increase.
I'm upset. I was reminded that Rumsfeld existed. I'm upset.
Well, that's on you.
Yeah, I know. Ramal, question 2. Thoughts on the F-16 Missileer? Do you think the Navy went too far in this fleet defense aircraft and the technology isn't there yet for an effective design?
Yes, absolutely. It's why it was abandoned. The concept was sound, but the technology wasn't there. And the execution was thoroughly flawed.
No, nice way, there are many ideas which come before their time. You need a lot of technology to make that sort of thing work. And you need a lot of, also, doctrine to make that sort of thing work. It's going to sound strange, that's a factor. Doctrine is always a factor, as well as knowledge and technology.
Yeah,
and you need
the US Navy did... And I will point out, the US Navy already had a solution to long-range bombers threatening their aircraft carriers with nuclear-tipped cruise missiles. It was called the hilarious telegraph pole of justice, carrying a nuclear warhead of its own. yeeted at them from missile cruisers that were with the carrier at Mac Jesus. And no, I'm not exaggerating.
No, we're not.
The US had... Yeah, the US already had a solution. It was right there. Those missiles are terrifying. Yes, they had to be assembled underneath the deck before they were launched.
By the way, if you go on one of the ships which has still got an intact assembly bay, it is a mobile factory ship. It is. It's literally assembling the missiles.
Oh.
It's
and I will point out, it came in 2 sizes. It came in 2 sizes, reasonable, and oh my goodness, how much bigger are you gonna make it?
Oh no, it comes in 2 sizes.
What you were killing...
Reasonable, and what are you compensating for?
Yes, basically.
And Stafford, remember, I live in Virginia. Virginia is castle doctrine by precedent. If Rumsfeld suddenly appears in my house uninvited, I am well within my rights, legally, to beat the ever-loving tar out of him.
Can you?
And knowing Runon,
well, I mean...
and a couple of other people who watch this channel, and who you possibly have a special baseball bat in the house literally labelled Rumsfeld. Only open if in case of his appearance.
I know it's not a baseball bat. Let me just put it that way.
Okay.
Whoops.
I know at least one person
it's a
who
cordless
does have...
hole puncher.
Ah, that'll be fun. I know at least one person who it's a baseball bat, which they actually got blessed by a priest, who didn't ask any questions.
Yeah, Ramal has named the missiles I forgot, which was Talos and Terrier.
Do they happen to be Ukrainian?
Talos and Terrier? No.
No, the person who got the baseball bat blessed.
No, Omaha.
Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Derek.
Anywho, the bane of U.S. procurement, Petchington. The bane of U.S. procurement. Ethan Yang, question: what would a joint European aircraft carrier project look like in your view? Would it be more like an upgraded QE class or Pang with a Rolls-Royce reactor?
Neither,
You're basically
because
looking
the
at
British
some
aren't
weird.
going to be part of
Yeah.
it. So take out Rolls-Royce, take out any QA. Pang may be core of it, but it's going to have to involve the Italians as well as the Germans. This is the trouble. The French keep trying to do a European project and keep the Italians out of it. And the Italians are the only ones other than the French in Europe who build aircraft carriers. And they build very good ships.
The Spanish have a quasi-carrier landing dock
They
ship,
have an LHD.
but
They have an LHD.
yes, but the Spanish are probably wanting on any project to carrier.
Yeah. It'll be fun to see, but they're basically it's going to be Italy and France will take the lead. Germany provide the money and probably the nuclear. Would have traditionally provided nuclear technology, but they're of course getting out of the nuclear business. So because of Fukushima, wasn't it?
And a bunch of different. They were going to get out of the nuclear business, and then they had the whole. Well, guys,
come to
we
Jesus
can't
moment
buy,
when they realised that they're dependent on Putin for their energy supplies.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, but the trouble is now they've got a whole load of plants which are overage and need to be, and they haven't got the replacements on the program. And we all know how long it takes to get a nuclear reactor plant built because of all the different things you have to satisfy.
Mm-hmm.
Legally, and it's bad enough in the UK. I can't imagine it's going to be any better in Germany. I've never known Germany to be less bureaucratic than the UK government. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but I have very rarely heard the phrase from my German counterparts that the German government is any less inclined towards paperwork than the British government.
Don't look at me. I hear the memes, but that's all I got.
Yeah. So let's see. What's the next question? Grumpy pressure groups. There's always going to be a grumpy pressure group. Can you?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I would press the button, but I have to reach over the poodle. I'm actually having to lean back in my chair, so I have enough space for the poodle on my lap to recline in the position he likes to be in.
Ramal, question 3. Are you excited for the upcoming game Sea Power?
Yes.
Would you stream the game on stream?
On Twitch, yes.
Alright.
Wasn't it recently that the Germans debated what a tank was? Don't get me started on German Parliament. I have enough dealing with my own Parliament and people called Marc Francois. You're sent back in time to replace Juan de Magallanes on his last voyage. What do you make that voyage? What do you do to make that voyage a sugar show? To make it a sugar show, and you must get to India, and you've inherited Magellan's reputation, prestige, relations, and contacts. How about his linguistic skills?
It's this question.
I'm going to presume linguistic skills. Take control of the question release. He has now. Runon has now, but the poodles at this point decided to jump down.
Yeah, and Steve, you too can take control of the question release because that command is available to all moderators.
Yeah. Which is just going to make Steve very, very happy and even more powerful. He's probably currently giggling with power. You sent back in.
At least until your cannon misfires.
What would I do to make the voyage a sugar show? Get decent food, supplied food. I don't want to spend my life fighting the Portuguese the whole way round, so I can't go that way. But I've got to reach India.
Yep, you have to go west. And this is the problem I had when I tried to, because my basic response was I want to be doing literally anything else. And I also don't know enough about the period.
Now, if I'm Magellan, Then, which way do I want to go? Around South America is not good for me. Let's get that Cape, and Africa's not even much better. I want to get to India. I want to get to India. I can't sail to Egypt and manport my stuff across the desert, can I? The Ottomans would know what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're as equally defensive of the spice trade as the Portuguese. Ooh. What do you think, Big Fluff? Let me just grab my Vasco da Gama book. I have an idea. Yes, Vasco da Gama book. Not Poodle, Vasco da Gama book. It's over here, isn't it? Yeah, Carry, you can put your ideas forward while I'm hunting a book with a map. Vasco da Gama, Vasco da Gama, Vasco da Gama. Where is my Vasco da Gama book? It's a little brown leather book in a room which is full of little brown leather books. Okay, this is a problem. This is definitely hunting the definition of a needle in a haystack, or rather, a brown book in a brown book stack. Why do you put all the brown books together?
I'm going to step away for a minute or two. Gentlemen, try not to get into too much trouble.
We won't. We promise.
I don't take that seriously, but okay.
When have you ever known us to get into trouble?
Ever since you dragooned me into doing this?
When have you
I
ever
didn't
noticed
dragoon you
we
into
try
anything.
to get into trouble? We just get into trouble. We don't try. We just do it.
That is a distinction without a difference, my good doctor. That is a distinction without a difference.
Yes, but it matters to me.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Pretty much. Fleet, what do you think about Vasco da Gama?
Yes?
What do you know about Vasco da Gama?
I know vaguely about him. I know he was a Portuguese explorer. I know he pioneered. Yes, I suppose there is that. But my knowledge basically is somewhat limited to that and that alone.
And man whose escapades might have inspired a tale of a certain, usually contributed Venetian lover.
Yes, I am aware, but apart from that, I don't know much more than that. This period is really not my area of expertise.
Bring back to Europe the Kama Sutra.
Yes, well, that's fairly interesting in and of itself. But I would like to say that I am very, very...
Which he presented to the Queen of Portugal. That in an era where there are people being executed at various points for various positions on Christianity. That has got to take some guts to present a queen with the copy of a Kama Sutra when you are definitely not her husband. But I have found the book. It's the Life and Travels of Vasco da Gama by K.D. Madame. It's a good book. It's a fun one as well. It's a little one to read. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because Vasco, Lord bless his soul, actually did some good jobs charting. And if I'm Magellan, I know this. And I know, therefore, there are ports through Africa which actually do not have Portuguese factories at, and the Portuguese do not visit that often. I just need to make sure I don't go to a Portuguese factory. I've got to go to ports where they're going to hear about me visiting there a long time after I've been there, not get current information or not random, in order to keep far enough ahead of them that I can get to India. Correct?
I suppose there is that, yes.
So, I think I'm going to hop... Well, I've got the Canary Islands to leave from, so I go Madeira, Canary Islands. And then from there, I'm going to go to probably... not the Senegal, but the river to the south of it. Oh, let me remember from my geography lessons. It's a lovely river, the Senegal River. absolutely colossal. And the big river to the south of it is Guinea-Bissau, the Bissau. So yeah, that's where I head for. That's where I will head for. I know you can't get on my lap at the moment, but I need to read the book. You'll be back on my lap as soon as I finish reading the book. I know. You don't like the noises. So I'd go to there, then I'd jump on to probably Cape Catherine, where they don't really have much attention going on. And then from there, I'd aim for the Cape Cross. Then I'd try and do straight round in one, the Cape itself. And at that point, I'm starting to turn up in ports which have Arabic and Portuguese presence, whether I like it or not. So I might as well just take most advantage of it and get the most stores I can. Turn up in force and do what I need to do. It's going to be fun getting out to India. Getting back from India is going to be another nightmare. But you can theoretically do it if you are lucky. Magellan, though, historically, of course, was unlucky, but maybe I'd hoped that I'd trade on my luck. Because I usually have some. Okay.
Makes sense to me. For what it's worth.
Right now. So, while I'm here... do the thing which annoys Runon, but Runon's not here to watch. So, if the Montreux Convention was not a thing, would the
I can
Yak...
still hear you, though.
Would the Yak 38 Forger even exist? Yes.
Yes. The Montreux Convention isn't the thing that prevents the Soviet Union having Katobar carriers. It's something they have to work around, but it's not the thing that's preventing the Soviet Union having Katobar carriers. It's entirely internal Soviet politics that prevents the Russian Navy building Katobar carriers.
It is. It's entirely the politics and their issues, their own issues, and they have a lot of issues. Any thoughts on the Royal Navy?
Sorry, go on. No, carry on with the question.
Lots of issues, but yeah, because in a nice way, the Soviet politics is always fun. Good, calm down. What do you want? You can't keep demanding biscuits. You can't.
Oh yes, I can.
He can, but he shouldn't. Well, anyway, so any thoughts on the Royal Navy exploring small modular small modular reactor for surface ships? I wouldn't be surprised if they do it. I can see it as one of the few ways to square the circle that is demanded by future weapon systems such as high energy lasers and railguns. It's one of the few ways to make it work.
Although I would say it's going to be interesting to see if you can get the power density out of a SMR that you need for a naval vessel versus an SMR that you have for.
The thing is,
you may run into issues on that.
I think what you are going to see for small modular reactors is the first generation, possibly not, but the next generation, etc. Well, there are 80 different designs under work for modular reactor designs in roughly 19 countries as of 2023. I think there's now at least another couple of countries involved in that race as well, so I would say there's probably more companies involved in that now. Small modular reactors are something which I can see as if they do get invested and they do start growing a scale, they will get a lot of work put into them. Now, in terms of power, Indonesia has one planned of 500 megawatts, but the UK, the Rolls-Royce one, the PWR one, is a pressurized water reactors type, is 470 megawatts. Or MW small e, megawatts of electricity. So that will be interesting. Because that one from Rolls-Royce, which was, there was an assessment started in April 2023 of it, and it does seem to be going quite well, is not the only one being produced in the UK at all. There's also, from the UK, there's the there's Holtec licensing, a US one which is working also in the UK. There's all sorts of ones. Canada has 4 of them under design and testing. No, 3. Sorry. China has about 6, they claim, but at least one of those is with a company which has a historic track record of claiming they're designing everything and has never produced anything. So, make of that what you will. Russia, of course, has dozens they're claiming, but, you know, that's Russia.
They use fibbing, as they say, mate.
South Africa has one working on it. South Korea has multiple projects. The UK has as a Moltex Energy and Rolls-Royce, and U Battery Consortium. U Battery Consortium's design has been cancelled, but there is some interest in it, I've heard, so that could still be getting some work. And then there's the fact that there's a couple of the American ones, the Holtec ones, are also seeking UK licensing and being developed in the UK as well as the US. And then there's a fair number being developed in the United States, of course. And there's a fair number of joint ones between US and Japan, US and Canada, US and France, US and Japan, all those things. So there's a lot of small modular reactors coming out. And if you've got something which is 470 megawatts, that's a lot of power. That is a lot of power. Admittedly,
it could be politely termed a great deal of power.
Well, if we consider the Ford class, they have Bechtel A1B reactors, which are a good system. It's a good system. It's not a bad one. And they are massive. But the thing is, their estimated power output is 700 megawatts thermal. From each one. So 470 megawatts electricity versus megawatts thermal. Yeah, that's not quite the same brackets and not quite the same measures, but they're not as far apart that I'm going to think, this couldn't be useful. The question is going to be what you build to do it, and this is, I think, why there's a lot of discussion over the Type 83, because if you're building a ship to take advantage of a small modular reactor, then you're going to be looking at a 15,000-ton vessel, because the cost of the initial investment of the engine requires you be taking around substantial firepower with you. And one of the interesting discussions I've had about the Silmort class is that their energy power distribution system was possibly designed with the idea that at long-term upgrades they might have received that. Which is why they have the power distribution system they do.
But of course, because our Congress critters decided to make only 3 of them, that's
this was after Rumsfeld had his way on them.
Test bed.
That is one of the things Rumsfeld had his fun with. Which country first invented the idea of a marine expedition unit using LPD or LHA to conduct amphibious combined arms? Amphibious landing first, using both helicopters and landing craft. The UK. That's an interesting question. The UK who first did the helicopters and stuff in the Suez Crisis and a few other things. So, to an extent, it's the UK. But I'd honestly say, in terms of the form you're talking about, it's got to be the USA. In terms of the form you're talking about, it's the USA. Thomas Clarke, see Clarke, I've seen numbers that indicates that modern reactor turbines are about 50% efficient in converting thermal to electric power. It depends. The ship turbines, the costs you're prepared to pay for a warship turbine, and its powers are slightly different versus what you pay for civilian power plant. Nice to everyone. Is it correct that the proposed conversions of Project 23, Svetsky Soyuz, and Project 69 Kronstadt were killed off because they were obsolete by 1950s? No. In a nice way, the answer to the Soviet Union and things being killed off is always politics. There is never any more of an answer or any less of an answer than that. It's always politics.
Oh, are we just going back to the whole Soyuz and Kronstadt thing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was politics. Like the holes were in hand. Like the Stalingrads had been laid down. I mean, to be fair, Svetsky Soyuz being cancelled makes sense. She's a 28-knot battleship in the post-war world. It kind of makes sense as a prestige piece, but not much more than that. The useful and actually fairly valuable assets, the Stalingrads, cancelling them once they're underway makes very little sense.
Yeah, and that's actually a really interesting thing, because I think if they had built the Stalingrads, then you could see a very interesting world impact on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
as I detail in the Red Fleet timeline coming soon.
Yes, because the Stalingrads have... How do I put? They have advantages.
They're big enough to be impressive. They're big enough to be impressive, but small enough to be retainable. And you have enough of them that the fleet's large enough that you do exercise some savings.
And also,
in essence,
they're going to be a cost for the Allies to work out what to do with, because at 35.5 knots,
not even Vanguard or the Iowas can catch them if they really put the hammer down.
Yep, and the trouble is...
Of course, bear in mind that is if, of course, caveat, that is if the design speed, if the build speed matches the design speed, which of course with ships you can never tell.
Yes, but also you have to remember that in that scenario, the Allies can't afford to presume that. And
oh no, of course
they
not.
also can't. They're also sort of going. So what do we detail? I have to detail a carrier battle group to go hunt down one of these if it's sitting in the Indian Ocean.
I mean, this is the thing. Like,
that's a
obviously,
whole carrier battle group
more
to go
perfect.
do it. And literally, what you could end up doing is the Royal Navy and the US Navy and the French Navy actually building a new generation of fast battleships to literally hunt these down, because it's cheaper to send one of those to hunt it down in the Indian Ocean than it is to send a carrier battle group to hunt it down.
Well, the US has these still fairly new Iowas knocking around, so they should be all right. But the French and the British are absolutely going to have to build something.
Well, even for the Americans, do they want what happens if the thing can do 35 knots? What are they going to do? Bump up the power on the Iowas?
It's not so much that, it's more the fact that you basically, at that point, given the amount of... For the US, the calculation's slightly different, given the sheer amount of carriers they have, and especially for the early period, where the Stalingrads are operating as purely gun-based vessels, and anti-ship missiles aren't really in the picture. You've basically got a situation where you compare an Iowa up with, say, a Midway or an Essex in this early period.
Yes, and
basically, if
then you're sending a whole carrier group to hunt down one ship.
Yes,
but think about the amount of resources for a Cold War you are tying up to go and hunt down one ship.
That's not so much a problem in the early period where an Essex class is an entirely capable asset and the US is literally rolling in them. However, the calculus for Britain and France is basically entirely different. You will have to build... The British and French don't have 25 Essex class just sitting around doing not much.
Mm-hmm.
So the US can just go, okay, slap an Iowa with an Essex. The Essex will pin down will basically bomb the Alaska to the point where it's either sunk or damaged, and the Iowa can move in and finish it off if that needs to happen. But for the British and the French, they can't spare the carriers for that. Or in the case of the French in the early period, don't have the carriers. This calculus changes when you get to the age of anti-ship missiles, where the Alaska's armor and to be fair, its straight top speed matters a lot less. because you're not usually running around at 35. Like, yes, U.S. supercarriers can do 35 knots. They don't usually run around at that speed, unless the excrements really hit the fan. Um, so what you're
Are
looking
you
at really
teaching my
is when the
cousins
age
new
when the
words?
age. It's not a swear word. It's entirely legitimate part of the English language.
Besides, some of them are farmers' daughters. I'm sure they've heard worse. But
Yes.
I always
But
have to be sure they don't learn it from me. But the thing
yeah,
is,
but
theoretically,
you're
the Iowas
basically
can do 35 knots in light loads. They can theoretically catch up with them.
yeah. Yeah, the British and the French are gonna have to build something new. Probably something leaning more towards art survivability. So you're probably looking at something. So for the British are probably definitely going to look at say, okay, we're post-war period. Let's keep costs down. What have we got lying around? Okay, we've got the KGVs lying around. We've got a bunch of nice, especially on some of them, barely used 14-inch guns. I'd say what we do. I reckon we take a pair of quad turrets off. Let's say two of the battleships, so two of the QEs, two of the Avengers. Oh, sorry, Rangers. Sorry. It's either going to be 15s or 14s. It's basically horses for courses for which gets picked. But honestly, given that Vanguard has 15s, you're probably looking at the some of the QEs and Revengers lending. Probably 6 if you stretch it. If you stretch
Anderson,
it,
Foxo. We're torturing
you're
Fleet
probably looking
again.
at 6. You're probably looking at basically Renown, but just built in the 1950s, capable of doing like 37 knots and only armored to resist. If she's even armored to resist 12-inch guns, is up in the air.
I have a different
because
idea.
she may just.
You're going Renowns. I think they probably go F3s. And I have a reason for that.
Well, the F3 is a bit of an old design at this point, and there are more efficient ways to save weight than that whole form and that turret arrangement.
You can go with
at this point.
No, because you're thinking about it purely from a battleship perspective. I'm thinking about it from a tool which is being used as an anti-surface radar. What's the advantage you really want your ship to have at this point in the 1950s?
The ability to have missiles or be fitted with missiles.
And
speed. Well, it's not so much speed, endurance at speed.
Okay, if I say the phrase Jesus nut to you,
no idea what you're on about.
The bolt which holds the rotor blades onto something.
Oh, yes. Yes, that nut. I understand what you mean. For a second, I was thinking, what are you talking about?
Helicopters.
Yes, I understand.
So that's why you go with the F3 arrangement. Because then you can have the helicopters can't you? And you can have the hangars.
I mean, you can.
And the 1950s are when the Royal Navy and the French Navy are both starting to push forward with helicopters. And it suddenly makes this asset a very useful tool because you've got helicopters on it and you've got them. So you've got it's got the helicopters which are useful for anti-submarine warfare, but also troop landing and all those things. And it becomes an independent colonial presence mission in the ship in some regards. So you've got a useful peacetime role for it. And in wartime, those same helicopters can help it scout for the thing it's hunting down.
And I mean, to be fair, you've basically got a perfect surface action group leader. It's the exact reason that when the Stalingrads are dragged in for rebuilds in the Red Fleet timeline, they land the aft turret and gain helicopters. Because what you've gained there is you've gained an asset that can basically be its own ASW escort. Although anyone stupid enough to operate such an asset alone is just asking for it to get torpedoed by a submarine, even with its helicopters.
But the thing is, if it's cruising through the Indian Ocean hunting down a surface radar before the Russians have submarines, the Soviets have submarines down there, makes perfect sense to be cruising on its own, frankly.
I'd still say you'd have a pair of destroyers with it, just for it's just the principle thing. Don't send out capital ships alone, especially not in the Cold War period. It just doesn't.
I think I have found the light bulb which causes me the issues. I do apologize to everyone for the flashing light bulb above my head. Let me just deal with that. Because it's currently making me look like I have a halo effect.
Yeah,
That's slightly better if I get this right.
Oh yes, that reminds me. So basically what you're looking at is you're looking at a world where you've got a pair of British battleships running around. You're probably looking at the French going for not. I don't think the French economy is in the state where it can afford a full-on battleship or full-on battle cruiser. You might look at the French go and just go for a very simple, somewhat cheap solution in terms of outright purchase cost, if not outright running cost, and just the French will go, "Hey America, those Alaskas you're not using, can we pinch off with two of them, please?"
Or alternatively, they might try and upgrade the Riculu.
Yeah, they might.
Because
Well,
they're already it's already a 32-knot ship, and they're already spending a huge amount of money on it.
Richelieu probably won't be, but Jean Bar isn't finished, so Jean Bar might be completely reworked.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what you're looking at. Again, for the reason I've just stated, it's highly likely that the Stalingrads will gain a ability to operate helicopters later in their life. They'll definitely gain some form of anti-ship missiles, probably placed aft to avoid the blast of their main guns. It's one of the advantages of the Stalingrads in the way they're built. They actually have a really nice distance between their super-firing forward mount and their rear mount in terms of actual sheer distance. So ripping off the rear turret, putting a helicopter deck on aft still gives you room just in front of that deck, either side of the ship's superstructure, to mount a nice array of Soviet anti-ship missiles.
Yeah, and honestly, so a Royal Navy designed ship based on the F3 would also have plenty of space for that, and probably
Exactly.
I can imagine what you
Same
could
thing
do with
with
that design.
Yeah, same thing with the reworked Jean Bar.
Yeah.
Especially these ships are.
The really interesting
got
comes is if they keep being built. If after a while someone also if they keep being constructed as those sort of things, and it becomes a sort of status symbol to have them as well as carriers. For this is what sets us apart as a major power. Sort of thing.
I think.
And that it becomes an interesting thing.
I think you're probably looking. You're probably looking at You're probably looking at something similar to that, but instead of building new generations of this type of ship, you're looking at the missile cruiser replacing, you're basically looking at larger versions of historical missile cruisers.
I think you actually get the strike cruiser from the Americans, and I think you get something equivalent from the Royal Navy.
Yeah, and the Russians will follow on with something like a larger version of the Slavas. Well, probably not even that. You've probably got
in the nicest way. You know what the Russians will follow on with. It's the Kirovs.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Well, the Kirovs are a long way off.
Gentlemen, I have been poked by our lovely mod team to keep the train moving here, and in their defense, we have been hammering away at this one for roughly 12 minutes.
Okay, on to the next one.
You gave me and Dr. Clarke a question we're both knowledgeable about.
And we're both having fun with.
But...
Okay, what was the thought process of the S3 Viking? Do you think the US Navy is very interested in carrier-borne ASW aircraft? Some say the Gannet is better than the Viking at its role.
I'm sorry to say this, but the Viking is a new aircraft, able to range much further.
When they first entered let's put it this way. When they first entered service, the Gannet was a mature asset, and its crews could achieve better results, and that did actually happen in exercise. But as soon as the S3s were up to grade and were up to their role and had experience, they were blowing them away because they had far better technology, etc., and those sort of things. There is a bit of a rumor that goes around.
There's also
for carrier-borne ASW aircraft. I'm going to get my answer because I know Foo's going to do a long one because of the Red Fleet timeline. I've seen what he's done there, so I'm just getting my answer in first. The carrier-borne ASW aircraft, the Americans have focused in on they focused in on helicopters for it at the moment, and they focused in on the helicopters for the role. But I do think, especially with the coming of drones and those sort of systems being included into the uncrewed aircraft being included into the air group mix, I wouldn't be surprised if you see more, because there's already the fact that the drone type which the Royal Navy keeps playing around with on the Queen Elizabeth class, and the idea of them, they have a land-based cousin which does drop sonar buoys and is used as an assistant to a long-range maritime patrol aircraft for the Royal Air Force. So the fact is you could bring that into it. Yeah. Carry on.
I would also like to point out that currently the only fixed-wing anti-submarine warfare asset operated by any navy from the deck of a ship is the S3 Viking. No other navy operates a fixed-wing ASW asset from the deck of a carrier or the deck of a warship. Every other navy, with no exception, basically because none of them have the capabilities to operate such a platform, in terms of their carriers just can't handle them, is our helicopters, our helicopter based.
Fleet.
Yeah.
The S3 Viking was retired in 2016.
Oh, they actually. Oh, they wound it down. I thought they'd actually.
It was retired 8 years ago.
Oh, that's right. They were going to do a life extension, then they said, "Nah, we're not going to bother."
Yeah, it was retired.
Yeah, I remember now.
It's coming. I know you would like it to still be in service. We'd all like it to be still in service. It was a very cool aircraft to have, and so it's very useful. But you know, I'm sorry,
I
Fleet.
disagree.
I'm sorry I have to break the news to you, Fleet, but it's gone. It's gone.
I mean, I'm glad. I much prefer. I think helicopters are much better suited to the ASW role, operating from warships and carriers, given that their lack of range doesn't actually impede them in this in that way, since they have a base to operate from. You can you can loiter. You can you have most of the facilities that a maritime patrol aircraft can offer, or a fixed wing asset can offer.
I think we should stop the we should stop the digging.
The S3 Viking costs more to operate than the helicopters did, and more to procure.
Yeah, I know.
Was it more capability per flight hour?
I
Because
disagree.
helicopters are absolutely atrociously expensive per flight hour. The downtime on maintenance for helos is huge compared to fixed wing assets.
It is, but the problem with the S3 Viking is that it was a lovely.
The Viking's main advantage was that it could provide a deterrent to the submarines which were standing off at greater range to try and take part in the missile strikes on carrier battle groups and to try and ambush them. And it was a good way of confusing your enemy as to where you were going by providing a wider area of engagement around the carrier battle group, and also filling in gaps when you had spaces between the patrols of the Orions and other assets. But I'm not going to force Fleet to keep shoveling dirt on something he obviously loves. The fact that he didn't realize it was gone. We know he loved it. The fact he blanked out on the fact it had gone. So we now know the only
problem with Bruships.
We now know what your aerial version of the aerial version of Hosh is for you. It's the S3A Viking.
When Dr. Clarke thinks he's got something about me figured out, he refuses to stop talking about it, even when he's completely wrong.
No, it's not me who thinks that. It's Foxo. Foxo agrees. It's Cope, and it's obviously that you are now the S3 Viking is your aircraft version of.
Oh, of course she is. This is unsurprising.
I think Dragon also agrees from the looks of things. Yeah.
Why does this not surprise me in any meaningful way?
Both your colleagues like to come to Bruships.
Let's go to our next contestant here. Channel or Channel, question 38. Aside from Mitsumatsu Yonai, what other people do you think were unacknowledged Genro? Was it Genro or Genro?
Genro.
Apologies, Leslie, for butchering Japanese.
This is more something which probably I need Leslie on here to have this discussion. So if Leslie fancies popping into Discord, he's more than welcome. But
he doesn't have access to this VC, so we'd have to pull him in.
Yeah, we'd have to pull him in, but you know. But the thing is, in terms of unacknowledged statesmen who I think might be Genro, there are a couple of others in terms of going around time, but I cannot be as sure. Honestly, Mitsumatsu Yonai is the one I'm very sure of. But I'm almost tempted by Yamato. But I don't think he was one. I think Yamato was in training to be one.
You mean Yamamoto?
Yamamoto. Sorry. I'm getting him.
Yeah, you said Yamato. I'm like, is the battleship?
The battleship could have. Let's be honest, it wouldn't be the first time. But in a nice way, no. Yamamoto. I think he was in training. I think he was Yonai's successor in post. I think he was who Yonai was training out. Because the way Yonai protects him, and the way Yonai is training him, it's very much because you see there were certain instances when Yonai was younger where he was protected by Togo Haichiro. And he was protected by, of course, the victor of Toshima. And I think my basic idea goes that Yonai took over from Togo, and Togo was there's a debate over whether Togo was Genro, but he was certainly very, very senior. Very, very senior. And we then go, and I think Yonai's picked out a training up his successor as well. Now, the question is, once you start looking at them and you start going, okay, so they operate on a policy, obviously, of training up successors. And that's where you start to sort of follow things. So if you look at the officers involved, if you look at Kimochi... Yeah?
Leslie is indicating availability. Do you want me to pull him into here, or do we want to jump into the server VC?
Pull him into here. It's probably easier.
Okay, we'll do.
But it's a case of, again, with the one we do know, which is Sanjoni Kinmochi, who was who was last Genro. He has quite a few pals who are people he is promoting up and he is taking on with him. And the good example I would give is the Japanese delegation to the Paris Peace Conference and who he takes with him. He takes for his racial equality proposal. Who was it? Oh, brain engage. I think it was Chinda Sutami, who is an interesting Japanese diplomat and count who actually dies in 1929. He's age 71 when he dies. But I think him and... I'm not sure if he was sort of his successor or was one of the people who he was supporting. But the Japanese delegation does seem to be quite extensive with people who are basically bringing their retinues with them. And some people who are included are obviously being brought along for experience. And that is how the Genro worked, in my understanding. And if Leslie's here, he can consult on this, because frankly... it's about reaching the limit of where I start to be uncomfortable, because I'm going to start using Japanese words which I'm going to mangle horribly. Leslie? Hello?
You don't appear to be transmitting there, Leslie. However, just for chat's edification, at some point over the last 2 weeks, Leslie has changed his profile picture on Discord to be that of Hosh under sail, but also in the crosshairs of what is presumably a submarine.
Yes.
It's quite a beautiful photo. Yes, Fleet is aware of this, and he was aware of this prior to me stating it here.
It never ends.
Yes,
never ends.
It never ends. But
I'm used to it now. It's fine.
Yes, but it
See,
works.
you say that.
What do you mean?
And then,
yeah,
I'm very used to it. I know my things.
but yeah, it gets quite complicated following the Japanese system, because the Japanese operate in a system which is I don't like using this phrase, but it's the closest most of us from a Western background.
Can you hear me now?
Hello,
Yeah,
yes,
there we
can
go.
hear
Hey.
you. Would have the closest we would have in frame of reference of a political system we're talking about is a feudal system. And in feudal systems, you often have a publicly acknowledged set of ministers, but you also have a private set of ministers who are basically the advisors of the king, or the emperor in this case. And they will wield enormous power behind the scenes. Leslie's disappeared. Hopefully he comes back.
yeah, he'll be back.
And
I think he's just sorting mic issues.
And the thing is, that is my suspicion. Also, that would make sense why, to an extent with Yonai, why he doesn't need the trappings of office to have his status. Because he doesn't need the Admiralty car. He doesn't need the security guards. He doesn't need those things going around, because his status is such within the system, and the people who need to know his status, that they all know that if you damage him, then you're going against the other members of the Genera as well. You're going against the other group of these advisors of the Emperor. And they will all be very powerful. And the collective rule is they will have arguments within themselves, but you touch one of them, all of them will touch you. In the nastiest ways possible. You'll think this person is their lifelong enemy, and that might be true. They might argue non-stop. But you hurt them, you've hurt another of the Emperor's chosen. No. They're allowed to argue with them. No one's allowed to hurt them. You hurt that person, there'll be nasty people coming for you. And they will not be the sort of people who will ask questions or go, so what was your reasoning behind this? They're the sort of people who are going, so we're going to make an example of you. Expect to experience pain.
Yeah, it's the old adage of, I can beat up my siblings, but if you so much as look at them funny, you will not live to see another sunrise.
I remember my sister sent me a video which came from the Dexter series, and goodness knows, what is it with the women in my life and watching programs about people who like to kill people? I do not know this one. Anyway, there was a scene in it.
Yes.
There was a scene in it. Yeah? Dexter's
Lab. Good show. Good show.
Do you say Dexter's Lab?
Yeah, Dexter's Lab. Yeah.
No.
Dexter, the CSI
serial killer.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Well, never mind. I was thinking
That
of the
one.
You keep up, Fleet. I live under a rock, and I know that one.
I only know that because of all the people.
Modern popular culture? No, I don't understand.
Yeah,
It's
and
not even
the
modern.
thing-
My
the
God,
thing-
that show is almost as old as I am.
Yeah, the thing is about it, there's one scene where Dexter is basically a massive geek. And that's the thing. He goes past, he's just exchanged words with his sister, who's a cop. He's a CI. And another cop goes, oh, he's such a dweeb. Mm. And basically, the sister explains to the gentleman, to the cop, that she will rearrange his anatomy the next time he says anything like that about her brother again. By reaching through his throat to do it. And my sister sent this message to me going, that's us, isn't it? Yeah, we can slag each other off, but anyone else does it. They will be very short term, but it will be painful while it lasts. And Leslie's put in his ideas. He said Tangasu Chiba and Tatsuku Takagi. Yeah, there are options. They are a powerful group we're talking about. And yes, they're not the people. And again, this is the thing of the symbol of them would be, I have an Imperial driver. I have an Imperial Guard as my driver. And I've discussed this before, that the person who's staring down a group of those soldiers who are prepared to go into the Willow World to try and hunt him down and attack the people under his protection. They're not going to be scared off by just anyone just in a uniform. So there are very few people that might be. I can write you a skill profile, but I will probably never find out their name. But skill profile is someone who is more than likely a veteran who has combat experience, who is a very skilled warrior, and the sort of person who is acknowledged by the Emperor as being a skilled warrior. Basically, what in the UK we would refer to as the King's Champions, who basically become the King's Archers. And it's still to this day, there is a ceremonial archer unit attached to the royal family, which is their descendants. They're sort of in sort of the role of they carry a bow and form occasional ceremony, and also sort of the people who at the Tower of London. And we all know the Tower of London gentlemen, the Yeomen of the Guard and Tower of London. They're, of course, ex-forces who have usually been very senior NCOs.
And usually will have done some rather credible things.
Rather, yes. So basically, that's the sort of thing you've got standing in front of you. Someone who is, I have been everywhere, I have seen everything. Here is the chauffeur, and I am smiling at you as there are 100 of you coming towards me, and you are armed, and I'm not visibly armed, and I'm still smiling. I am the face you will now forever see in your nightmares. To put it in words, which was described to me the other day when I was going through the story with a friend of mine who's an academic who'd been doing some research we talked about. They are far more of a film buff than I will ever be, and they basically said, "So you're saying this guy is John Wick?" I went,
Basically.
"Yeah, that's the description." Or as Runon would say, it's Leslie, but we'll leave that to one side. Both those other two gentlemen who Leslie provided names of had Imperial drivers. So that's basically the clue you're looking for. If they have an Imperial driver but no minister, no state, and apparently officially no ministerial status, ministers didn't get Imperial drivers, by the way. Ministers, the guy in charge of the Navy could get a Navy driver, and the guy in charge of the Army could get an Army driver, but otherwise you didn't get drivers. So if you've got an Imperial driver, that means you're connected to the Imperial household. And that's them saying, really? Don't touch these people.
Alrighty. Moving on to our next contestant. Once I get to the right channel.
Can we just say we're
Stafford
totally
Thompson.
shocked that Dan Freeman has just said that there's someone they work with who is younger than their car? A
I'm
moment
younger
of silence.
than my truck.
Today has been a moment of silence for very serious things, but I think we should all do a quick clap for poor Dan as sympathy, because moments of silence on Remembrance Sunday are about other things. But I think we all should put a clap in the chat for Dan for a sympathy for him over this on having someone who's younger than his car working for him. It's one
Dan,
thing.
I got my first vehicle at 16, and it was older than I am, and continues to be older than I am by about 6 years.
Yeah, this is about right.
6 to 7 years, depending upon how you count it. At any rate, Stafford Thompson's question. Will the Edmund Fitzgerald be mentioned today as it's the 49th anniversary of her sinking? Well, seeing as how you forced us to mention the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Yeah, Edmund Fitzgerald
yes.
has now been mentioned.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You have implicated a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Woo! Self-fulfilling prophecy. Here we go. Way! In case you can't tell, I'm incredibly excited for this.
Knight 6831, question 202. Were there any alternative options to the navalized MiG-19?
I assume that's one in reference to me?
For the Red Fleet timeline?
Yeah, that's definitely. Yeah, that's one for me. All right, let me think. Unfortunately, you're asking this to me. I don't have Rex here. I had him here yesterday.
Well, if you're not going MiG, you're basically limited to Yaks, aren't you?
Gorbian, your question is likely in the queue. I will look for it. It's just in the queue. And the queue is
the problem
is a touch deep.
The reason that we went with navalized MiG-19 as the first option is that it's basically down to not just capability of platform and availability of platform, it's maturity of platform. Because this platform needs to be something that can be reconfigured and re-engineered to ideally you want it to be cold soak capable, but preferably you need it to at least be spray capable. And the MiG-19 by about 1962 has been in service for about 5 to 6 years. You could quite reasonably get that out of that platform if you're willing to work at it.
I would say there is one other option, and that's the Yak-28, which comes into service in 1964. And
the problem is that's 2 years after the carrier is, well,
if you're going with the Yak, you've got either the Yak-28, which you're building up towards, but also you've got the Yak-23, which is 1948. But I would say perhaps you have saved the world, because if everyone wants to be slightly worried, look up the Yak-23 and then tell yourself what it springs to mind when you see pictures of it, because I'd forgotten it looked like this.
Well, the thing...
For those who are having trouble looking up, I will of course provide a Yak-23 image, but I will, in this occasion, and this time only, will provide what we will call a trigger warning. in that this image, which I'm about to display, might upset some people, and if you've just eaten, you may not want to look at it. So you've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is the Yak 23. I kid you not.
Again, I would just like to...
And I will take
I
that
would just
away
like to
now to
point
save
out-
people's eyesights. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gone. The Sukhois, they're quite good, but honestly, I don't think they're going to fit again in this period. It's a timeline thing as fleets focus out, and it's basically the MiG is the only option. He's quite right in that, and Rex is definitely right in that. But it's a case of these are the other options which they probably turned down.
There's also... Yeah, it's down to basically because it's when we basically had to take Graf Zeppelin, Sovietsky Soyuz, and the Stalingrads out of Khrushchev's hand during the Cuban Missile Crisis, because we did not want to change the Cuban Missile Crisis or the outcome. So we needed to take those assets that might have convinced him to be more aggressive or play it differently out of his hands. And the best way to do that, drag them all in for extensive rebuilds.
Yeah, but that's presuming that Khrushchev was ever going to be such an aggressive leader.
No, there is that, but we felt we could be called out less on Khrushchev playing the crisis the same way if we literally just had the crisis be exactly the same with no different assets available to either side, to the Russian side. Give the man the exact same playbook, he's probably going to come to the exact same decisions, and no one can really question us on that one.
That kind of.
But yeah, so you've basically got. Yeah, you've basically got Graf Zeppelin coming back out with a Wrangel deck and 3 steam catapults in 1962. I won't go any.
Oh, good
I
Lord.
I won't go much further than that. Knight, I'm aware of what you said, but like I said, doesn't fit with what the carriers you are suggesting are carriers in the 1950s. The Soviets don't look to build a new carrier in the Red Fleet timeline until 1963, by which point what they want will have been influenced by operating Graf Zeppelin and the experience she's given them, which means that the carrier proposals you're talking about don't factor into the timeline in any way. Because the Soviets, again, I mentioned this at the time. It doesn't factor in any way. It's actually kind of pointless to bring them up.
Fleet. I'm sorry, but I hate communism and the Soviets as much as any red-blooded American human being does. But why? Why, in the name of all that is holy? Why, in the sight of our holy late-day biplane, the Blackburn, did you give the Soviets Graf Zeppelin?
This isn't on me. Blame
Who hurt you?
Blame 2 random question answers. Blame 2 random members of the early Ramblings audience who asked in 2021, I believe, basically at the same time, in the same Ramblings, what happens if Sovietsky Soyuz is more complete and can be completed after the war, and the Russians get Graf Zeppelin? So blame them for this entire debacle.
I'm still going to ask, who hurt you?
Not my fault.
I don't
Nothing
know,
to
man.
do with me.
I think it is your fault to a point.
Now
I'm going to kick us on down the road to the next
I have
question.
got to introduce. I have really got to introduce Fleet to Marcus Faulkner, and those who don't know Marcus Faulkner, he's written an article. He wrote a journal article in this must have been ages ago, back in 2012. On the Kriegsmarine aircraft carrier, design and operational purpose of the Graf Zeppelin, 1933 to 1940. And it's a really good read and a really good piece of work. But the thing is, I'm trying to find the free download link because I know he said there's one somewhere. There is one somewhere. I'm trying to track it down, but yeah, And it's a really good article and a really good amount of work. Marcus is an absolutely exceptional naval historian, and well worth following if you do have the chance. He does do stuff on Twitter as well. He's the guy who also did the Naval War Atlases, the Great War at Sea Naval Atlas and World War II Naval Atlas, and he does all sorts of interesting papers and things. He's also the one.
Very nice.
He did a paper called Signals Intelligence and Development of the B-Dints before World War II for the Kriegsmarine, and it's a really cool read. It's a really interesting read. But what I find really annoying about Marcus is I do follow him. I he's one of my friends, so of course I follow him. But I also follow him on Google Scholar, which if you do, by the way, has a system. If you follow someone on Google Scholar, it tells you when they've been cited, etc., and how often they've been cited. And it's when you realise that his work has been cited by the Kriegsmarine aircraft carrier has been cited 5 times. His work on the Signals Intelligence has been cited 11 times. And you sit there and go, these are, his World War II at sea, his Atlas and his other things have been cited less than a dozen times. You sit there and go, oh my lord. We need to do better, more to make sure you're getting your information out there.
All right, I'm going to kick us over to Chandler's question.
Yeah.
2-parter. I was watching Fleet first video on the Red Fleet timeline with Rex, and when Stalingrad battle carrier came up, I was left wondering why. Fleet, what did you make the Soviet Admiralty ingest so that they would come up with such an interesting idea?
Well, first of all, not a battle carrier, just a large surface combatant with a reasonable sized helicopter, a flight deck, and hangar, and the ability.
Okay, so a battle carrier.
Secondly, she's basically replacing the capability that the Moskva class provided, in the ability to lead surface action and anti-submarine hunting groups. That's all that there really is, and by stripping off, not so substantially rearranging the rear superstructure, you gain a very decent capability, and when the Yak-38 comes along, you gain a very limited capability to operate fixed-wing aircraft in a close air support role.
Mm-hmm.
Which basically means the Russians can rock up off a conflict, let's say in Africa or the Middle East, and say, we don't like what you're doing, we're going to send some Yak-38s off of a Stalingrad to go and drop some bombs on you, because we don't like you. And they don't have to send an entire aircraft carrier to go do that. It maximizes flexibility, reduces cost, and massively increases the availability of Soviet naval power. Given that for most of the timeline up to 1975, you've got 6 of these Stalingrads with 6 surface action groups and only 2 Russian carriers.
Mm-hmm. And I'll let you have
there's your reasoning for you.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Chandler Channel, question 46. Could an 18-inch gun mounted in Gibraltar, both installed on the base of the rock and where the 9.2Rs, hit Ceuta and Melilla? I'm assuming that's on the other side of the Straits of Gibraltar.
Looking at on the map, that's not that far. Sorry, Vasco da Gama. I'm going to use the book of yours to measure distance. Like that. That's probably about 40 kilometers. Let's put it this way. If we're talking about the 18-inch gun from the Americans, or the Americans did an 18-inch 48, and that had an effective range of 45 kilometers at 40 degrees. I would not be surprised if the British could do something similar. And yes, at 40 degrees, 45 degrees, you could probably be hitting those targets with a land mount. Not with a ship mount, which can do a maximum of about 15 to 30 degrees. You with a land-based mount, which can go up higher, up to 45 or even maybe 50 degrees, but 45 degrees, 40 to 45 degrees definitely. You can probably get higher on the arch and get a better angle. So yeah, you could probably hit the other side quite easily. And you have to remember that's not the main shipping channel, and that's not even the narrowest part. The narrowest part between Gibraltar is to Benzu, which is closer, let's say. Especially once you're looking at the rock and the position of the rock, that's a lot closer.
Alrighty then. Chandelure Channel, question 45. Fleet, when you were showcasing Task Force Malta on the Red Fleet video, you said it was composed of two Maltas and Invincible ASW flagship. What's the name of the third Catabar carrier shown?
Oh, that's a successfully rebuilt Victorious. He's the last of the old
and that's where
RN carriers retained.
That's where you lose me, because I think that must mean you were taking a lot of drugs at the time to think they could successfully rebuild Victorious. But we'll leave that to one side. I've already changed enough of your Red Fleet timeline. I don't want to be cruel and take away any more of the preciousness of it.
Although to be fair, that is a guess on my part. I'd have to ask Sea Dodders, and sadly he's not here. Although I could go and get him.
Dr. Clarke, is the reason that you don't want to change more in the timeline that you want to keep Fleet's own creation their own, or is it because the more you change, the more responsibility for it you have to take, and you don't wish to take any further responsibility for it?
Oh, come on. I feel like that's being a little bit disingenuous here.
No, it's the more that we leave in there, then the more stuff for me and Drac to have fun with when we're eventually reviewing it.
I feel like that's worse, Fleet. I feel like that's worse than my thing. At any rate, Stafford Thompson, Type 83 report.
No, but we are discussing it in the Tuesday's video, so don't worry, it's going to come up.
Alrighty.
Oh, sorry. No, I stand corrected. It's not Victorious. It's the Audacious class Ark Royal.
Oh, that's better. Huh?
Forget to plug our old house.
I won't.
Knight 6831, question 201. How suitable were the Lavashin and Yakolev single-engine piston fighters as options for Soviet naval carrier aircraft?
I mean, me and Rex did discuss this. It's basically your options are horses for courses when it comes to piston-engine aircraft for Graf Zeppelin when she enters the Soviet fleet in the early 50s. Basically because they've all got decent low-speed handling. They've all got fairly wide undercarriages. They're all fairly adaptable. It's basically whatever the Red Fleet narrows it down to. We basically said it can be any of the later Lavochkin fighters. It can be any of the later piston engine Yakovlev designs. It's basically just whatever the Red Fleet decides. It's one of the reasons why we didn't narrow it down and pick. We just basically said it would likely be whatever design demonstrates the easiest availability and ease of conversion to a carrier-based aircraft and is proven to be, during testing, reliable. I don't doubt that most of the manufacturers, Lavochkin in particular, will likely bid quite heavily for this order, as they are in a bit of an order drought in the early 50s since MiG has won the contract for the Soviet Union's new fighter aircraft in the MiG-15. Tupolev sat there banging away quite happily in the strategic bomber program. Sukhoi are building fast bombers and Ilyushin are building fast bombers for the Russian Air Force. Lavochkin's kind of in a bit of a rut in the early part of the 50s, so Lavochkin will probably quite heavily put in for the contract to either for conversions of some of their last generation piston engine fighters for service on Graf Zeppelin.
Yeah, and there is always the Lavochkin 168, which is an interesting aircraft in itself.
Again, it all comes down to because in this first 6 to 8 year period of Graf Zeppelin's service as a straight deck carrier with no catapults and only arresting gear, she basically is being used as a training pipeline. She's being used as a pipeline to train the Red Fleet's aviators, and she's being used as a how-to carrier. Okay, we have carrier. How do we carrier? How do we want to carrier? How does it fit to our doctrine? Are we adapting our doctrine to the carrier, or is the carrier adapting our doctrine? So it's all down to ease of flyability and, basically ease of conversion from land-based platforms. So that's why it's again, I can't say for certain because I don't like pinning things down without actually it being something that I physically put into the timeline myself and therefore can control. But I'll just say it depends entirely on what platform is most attractive to the Russian Navy in the areas I've just stated.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no, in terms of late model Soviet piston-engined aircraft, there's nothing really unsuitable here for conversion to a carrier aircraft. Just because of how the Red Air Force operates, you've got that low landing speed, you've got that ease of controllability, you've got reliable engines and guns. It's all there. All the ingredients are there.
Okay.
Good work.
Bud Guy 8829. Question: if the South Dakota class was allowed to be built and other countries got their contemporary designs and the Washington Treaty limit of 45,000 tons, what would a Yamato look like?
You're
How we
basically
built Sodex?
No, he's
Well,
talking about South Dakota
The
1921.
thing is, if you're building 45,000-ton ships, if that's your tonnage displacement, the Japanese can build some of their ships and will get some of theirs into service in that time. But also, it's going to change. It's going to change the paradigm of what you're looking at, because suddenly to make a vessel which can take on any two of the standards, and have a chance of being able to fight them off and then deal with possibly whatever is left afterwards, you're going to have to build something even bigger. And at a certain point, you run into the infrastructure limitations of Japan, and you have to acknowledge them. I think actually in a world where you have 45,000-ton ships and you have them as standards, and you have to look at what the King George V would be like in that scenario, what the Nelson and Rodney would be like in that scenario, because if you have 45,000 tons as your limit and you've still got a 15 limit, you're not talking about 525,000 tons anymore. You're talking about 675,000 tons as your tonnage different limit for the British and the American navies, and that's a lot more ships. That means you can build a couple of what would be called the nail rods in this scenario, and they would be faster, bigger, nastier than they were historically. If you built them at 40,000, let's put it this way, if you built, it would be a F3 style layout, because it'd be wanting to take advantage of having four shafts, and to lay out the guns and have the length to beam ratio for higher speed. It would be probably still have the 16-inch guns because they were wedded to those. It might still have 9 forward. It might have 3 1 turret aft, 2 turrets forward. But it would be a case of, it would be about 40,000 tons, and if you've got an extra 6,500 tons to play around with, that's a very different ship. That's a very, very scary different Nelson Rodney. And if you're building 3 of them, which they would do, you probably get Nelson, Rodney, and Anson. Because that's the next admiral on the list. Because that's why they're adding the King George V. It's Anson and Howe at the end, isn't it? So would go Nelson, Rodney, and Anson. So yeah, that would. It's basically you are changing the statistics enough that Yamato class might not be the answer, and that's the reality of it, as I've discussed before in the Equitable Treaty timeline. I did an Equitable Treaty video where I went through it all. Nice to agree with everyone. How likely is it that the Nakajima Kiryu jet fighter with 2 20mm Ho 5 and 30mm Type 5 cannon two 1,951 pound Frost Nakajima NE2 Freddy Juniors would struggle against F6F Hellcats. If it was trying to dogfight, if it was trying to dogfight them, it's going to have problems. If it's doing zoom and boom runs, then it's got a chance.
Yeah, it's a Kiryu. It's a less powerfully thrust. It's an ME262 with less powerful engines.
Yeah, I mean, if it's essentially, it's going to be in some ways almost the inverse problem that you had with the Wildcat versus Zero, where the Wildcat could outmaneuver the Zero because it's slower, but the Zero was so much faster. Wait a minute, I think I'm talking out of my keister here. I am talking out of my keister. Essentially, my point was, though, that the Hellcat tended to have slightly better low-speed maneuverability than the Zero did, and was more durable. But zoom and boom tactics, you're probably going to cut apart F6F's Hellcats.
And I would
I'm going to blame.
It was inspired by the 262, but I would be very careful about calling it a 262 because, how do I put this politely? The Japanese avionics were in some ways, and systems are in some ways more advanced than the Germans in some materials and some usage, and in some ways not as advanced as the German materials usage. So they select different materials, and that's going to produce a differing operation of an aircraft in some regards. Okay.
Alrighty. Matthew Blarins, with the distributed lethality, distributed maritime operations, distributing strike firepower around the fleet, and decentering the carrier, do you think the future is like carriers? Depends upon the nation, and generally speaking, no. Because it's always going to be simpler to coordinate things from one flight deck in one central command node than it will be to coordinate multiple flight decks together for the same strike package.
And the size of the carrier is in many ways dictated by the size of aircraft and how many you want to carry. So, some people try and reverse the question too often. They make the question is, what size carrier are we going to have, and then think you put the aircraft on it. No, you go, what aircraft do we want to operate? How many? Do we want 1 squadron, 2 squadrons? What do we want in terms of capability? And then that decides, because, again, this is going to be something, this is why this video I'm really looking forward to being up, because there's a lot of discussions between me and Draco, things we discuss quite often in terms of carrier design, are the fact that, realistically, you design your hangar based on how many aircraft you want to be able to store abreast. And if you have the capacity to store 3.5 aircraft across, that's great for moving around, but not really any help. So there's a big difference between 4 aircraft across, then 3 aircraft across, then 2 aircraft across. How wide do you want your hangar? How long do you want your hangar? How many sets of squadrons are you breaking up your hangar space into? These are all the things which decide how big your aircraft carrier is going to be. It's what do you want to do with the aircraft aboard it? And it's when you start from the side of, I want to build I think we should be building smaller carriers. Great. So you don't want to do this mission or that mission. You don't want to do air defense as well as strike. You want to just do strike or air defense. You don't want to do anti-submarine warfare from the carrier. You don't want to have the heavy helicopters. You don't want airborne early warning. Oh no, you want all that. Well, then you're going to need the aircraft to do that job. And that's the problem. That's what you start with. That's what decides the carrier size. So basically, if I want to do a strike package, I need roughly 18 aircraft aboard to be able to generate that strike package when I need. If I want to have an air defense package in the air, I need about 18 aircraft to do that. So that's 36 aircraft already. Boom, gone. I want airborne early warning in the air. That's at least 4 to 6 aircraft. Boom. I want anti-submarine warfare capability. Oh, that's going to be another 18 aircraft. Oh, we're up to roughly 60 aircraft already. That's it if I'm doing a full rate. And then anything I take below that is I'm taking concessions in those areas. I'm taking for a less centralized, less capable anti-submarine warfare fit or operation, or a less capable strike package, or this sort of thing. So let's say I've got 24 aircraft aboard. Well, then I can run a regular cap and a limited. I can occasionally generate a strike. or I can run a constant strike and keep some aircraft on deck in air defense configuration to be launched to alert fighters. That's the limitation I've taken. So this is the thing. That's what defines your carrier. What you want to do with it, how many aircraft you need for those roles to do them, and then that's the size of your carrier. And I would also say distributed lethality, distributed maritime operations, they come up quite occasionally. They come as options. There are issues with it. One of those is, I had this conversation with someone the other day. He was going, well, yes, I want a dozen ships. And I went, so which one's going to be high enough to carry a radar high enough to do the job you want to do for air defense at sea? He said, we're going to fit onto a drone. I said, tethered drones are not yet available to work at that kind of level. So, okay, let's go again. Which one's going to carry us a high enough radar mast? Well, one of them will. Okay, so I lose that one ship, and suddenly I've lost my ability to coordinate my surface-to-air missiles and the radar system I need to aim them. So yeah, I've got distributed lethality, but it doesn't work that way. So actually, what you end up needing is, what you're almost better with is to, yes, have distributed lethality, but distributed lethality of general-purpose medium-sized vessels rather than small vessels, really tiny vessels. And the advantage, the thing I think you will see in terms of distributed lethality that will come in, and I consider you see this, is I see you will get loyal kayaks, loyal wingman style sort of vessels, which will be uncrewed assets, which will provide extra missiles and extra assets to the main surface ships. And as I've said before, I think the Flower class, or the next war that requires such a mass escort program for ASW, they'll be uncrewed vessels, and you have a vessel like a Type 26 as the coordinating asset in there, coordinating them. But I don't think you're going to have the idea of distributed lethality that was put forward, which is basically a load of LCS-sized vessels being able to do 40 knots of those things, because that's been shown not to work when we really, in the way we want it to. It works great on paper, it doesn't work well in reality when it makes first contact with geography and the sea. Okay. Good question. Thanks, Matt.
I don't know what... I don't know why you're pinging me, Knight, about the Nakajima Kuru. I'm not... I didn't really have much input in that question.
I was the one who answered that question, Knight, not Fu. And sorry.
And I was also the one that mouthed off, but also I would point out that if you look at like now, you've got electric vehicles that are very, very slowly starting to encroach on, and in some situations supplant internal combustion vehicles. A lot of what matters too is the power curve and where all that power is available at. If it's available at the top end of the spectrum, that's going to give you different performance characteristics, which could be beneficial or detrimental, than if it's only available at the bottom end of essentially the rev limiter. So the raw stats don't necessarily matter as much as what can this aircraft do at a certain percentage of its operating thresholds, what can it do at certain altitudes, what can it do in certain circumstances. So it gets a lot more noodly than just what's the climb rate, how much horsepower does it, or how much pound-feet of thrust does it have, what's its overall power-to-weight ratio, what the armament is. I think there was a Top Gear series or a Top Gear snippet that I saw recently where you had an EV go up against I think it was one of the BMW i3, I think it is, electric vehicle, went up against a Volkswagen Golf. I don't even think it was a Golf GTI. And while the BMW absolutely annihilated the Golf in like the first 100 yards, quarter mile, the Golf blew its doors off when you went to the half mile. The longer run time. Statistically, not that much difference between the two vehicles, but in terms of how it was able to put that power to the pavement and convert it to speed, that's what you get.
Knight, you're commenting on these things. Just quickly on Knight's one. The trouble with the A6M Zero Aces is how many of them are dead by that point in the war. That's your problem. Basically, that's your problem for the Japanese armed forces. I've got a book around here which is Aces of the Japanese Naval Fleet's Air Arm in World War II. And it's a lovely book, but the vast majority of them end with died. here, died in this battle, died in that battle. And there's the Battle of Santa Cruz is a good example. A lot of them disappear then. And Midway and Coral Sea, they get killed. That's the trouble for them. Take care, Chandler.
Yeah, you happen to have they happen to run into this marvelous thing called the United States Navy Air Service, and unfortunately, when that happens, they tend to have a rather short life expectancy.
Not necessarily, no. It's more a case of they get chucked in again and again and again, and the thing is, the U.S. Naval Service is far better at learning from its mistakes and passing on the lessons. So whilst they maul the first set of fighters they come across, the second time they come across those fighters, it's an even match, and the third time they come across them, they find those fighters have developed tactics which make it very difficult for them. The FAC weave is a good example. That is a tactic which is drawn up over a few engagements. By the time they're implementing it, the FAC weave, you've got the fact that I'm trying to do my zoom and boom in on a wildcat, and oh frigate, their friends are zooming and booming me from the side as I try and take them in, and I have to dive off or I have to fly through a stream of bullets to try and take out my target. And if I'm an ace and I'm confident in myself, I might try and dive through the bullets to get to the target. I think, well, I'm probably going to get through that. You can only get through it a certain amount of times before luck deals with you in that scenario.
Yep.
Stafford, I'm just going to respond to that by saying that
it is, Joe. That is an excellent book on the Nihon Kaigon Kentokai Kai is a very good book to read. There is an English translation of it apparently coming out soon.
Hey, all in favor of translations, say aye.
It's not happening across all sectors. It's not happening in all regions. There are some applications.
Clarify that there's an old English translation which is very difficult to find. There's a new one coming out soon. Supposedly.
And yes, a lot of corporations bet big that there would be this huge spring, EV spring, that everybody would be rushing out to buy EVs, and that the subsidies and benefits would be evergreen, and that has not come to pass. And unfortunately, you got to keep in mind too that a lot of large corporations post numbers that are very optimistic. They're based in reality, so they don't get in regulatory trouble, but they are very optimistic to keep their share price high.
Yeah, it's all about
EVs
the share price.
Are coming. They are going to encroach on areas that were usually done by internal combustion vehicles. Where I work, EVs make a lot of sense.
For Runon, I will say thank you for buying time for Fleet to answer this question and think about this answer to this question.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on VL Pilorowski?
Let me have a nosy and have a look real quick, just so I know what I'm. Oh, you mean the prototype aircraft? Is that what they're talking about?
Is my GPU having a stroke?
From Finland? Yes, I'm presuming so.
That's the only thing I can think about. I think it's a late war. It's a late war propeller aircraft. It's that last of a mature generation of piston-engined aircraft. Had it been put into production, it likely would have had a very short service life.
I don't know. Considering it's equivalent to the BF-109G, it might be lasting for a few years, especially in South American hands if they end up down there.
Yeah, but the thing is, the reason it didn't go into production is the Finns already had BF-109Gs, and well, at that point, what's the point in buying new aircraft to replace aircraft that are still nearly new, and that, to be frank, funds didn't really. Basically, once the war was over, the need for the aircraft disappeared. And of course, when the time came to source replacements for the BF-109Gs in finished service, they weren't looking to replace them with another piston-engined aircraft.
Yeah. In answer to that question, Bug89, I did a whole video about canals not built a couple of weeks back, so I'm just going to leave it as. Please go look at the video.
Yeah, I sometimes get to do that as well these days, which is actually kind of funny.
Yeah. John and Burrow, if the Royal Navy had built the G3, question, how could they have been refitted or rebuilt in the 1950s or 60s? I don't think they would have made it to the 1950s or 60s. Although, if they had built them, there is a whole interesting question. If they built, let's say they get the 4 of them built before there's the naval treaties and they go through, I think that changes things quite dramatically. I also don't think Courageous, Glorious, and Furious, I don't think Courageous and Glorious are still around. I don't think they get converted to carriers at that point. There is a thing of, if it hadn't been for the treaties, I really don't think those 2 get converted to carriers, because honestly, whilst BT didn't want to, BT thought it was a good idea, no one else really did, and the DNC kept trying to lose the plans. If it hadn't been for the treaties, I think they would have got rid of that idea. So if you have the treaties last off a little bit long enough for the G3s to enter service, let's be honest, the G3s, they're laid down. They are laid down, ordered and laid down in. I think it's they're ordered in October 1921, and they start to be laid down in November 21. So they're probably going to have to come into service in about 23, because it's about 2 years later. So that means you have to hold off the treaty till 23, in which case there's also possibly the N freeze as well, and if the N freeze are in service as well, ooh, that's going to make treaties interesting. But the N freeze are supposed to be started in 1922, so they will be well on the way to production. If there's a treaty agreed in 1923, they are well on the way to production at that point. Are you trying to lure out my poodle?
Mum's poodle, yes.
Yes, you're trying to lure out my fluffy research assistant, isn't she? She's trying to lure you out, and you're basically the fluffy. Please note, my sister is crouched down, trying to communicate with the poodle to get the poodle to go out quietly, and failing. And I have a sister, literally trying to do this below camera light.
I'm very good.
Are you going to come quietly, or am I going to have to use force?
I've got a PhD in avoiding cameras.
She's avoiding the camera. But the poodle is going, I
Come
don't
quietly,
want to
see?
go.
We got you, sir. We've got you
I don't
surrounded,
wanna
Joe. Come quietly. Yeah.
There
you are. There you are. That is more of Fleet doing an impression of a mob boss than any of you ever wanted to know.
Yeah. So the thing is, if you have those ships, they're not going to survive in the 50s and 60s, but it's going to be interesting to see what kind of ships the King George V class in that scenario. Because if you've got 48,000-ton ships and the G3s were also going to be roughly the same weight. Both of them in the end were going to be well into the 50,000 tons fully loaded, probably into the nearly 50,000 tons in standard. That changes the treaty system. If your treaty system is 50,000, you're limited to 15 50,000 ton battleships. I'm just trying to think of how big the Germans would have to try and build the Bismarck class to have the similar advantage as they claimed they did. In a world where you're building for 50, well, the Bismarcks themselves are about 41,700 tons in standard officially, 43,000 tons roughly for the Tirpitz in standard, so they'd be bigger than that. And any King George, the British wouldn't get Nelson and Rodney in that scenario, but they would get the G3s and the N3s. They'd have 8 of those ships, and then whatever the King George V's come out, you've got a building limit of 50,000 tons. That's going to have 4 quad 14-inch turrets, if it has the 14 inches in it. Back in a second, going for a quick bio break. What do you think, Fleet?
Well, where to start that Dr. Clarke hasn't already covered? Christ, he's already pretty much. He's not left me much room to cover that he hasn't already hammered out. So, how best to go about it? Ruin, please tell me you have something, because he's not left me much to work with here in terms of he's covered it all already.
To be honest, I've been carrying on the EV debate in the chat, so I've just kind of been listening in enough to know when I need to do something moderating wise and working that problem. They will on the tires, not necessarily on the brakes, because they can slow down off of regenerative braking. Information Mimic, yes, it is on the list. I have had an incredibly crappy week this week, so there hasn't been really any progress on Powder Monkey this past week. It's one of the we're getting into the more noodly things that I need to figure out, especially with how StreamerBot interfaces with OBS and how to set up things in OBS so it all works. So it is on the feature list. It is probably going to be after 1.0 because I feel that to be honest, I feel that timestamps are probably more useful to the average viewer than where they are at in queue. I have an idea, or at least I had an idea at the beginning of stream of how to do how to include where you are in the queue, or at least what your entry is for that particular stream in the response that comes back to you. And then it will, match it, and you'll be able to see it easier. But I haven't figured out that way. Yes, Stafford, but also the startup.
Stack them down. Are we still having your EV discussion, Stafford and Rhiannon? Are we still having your very fun EV discussion?
Mainly over the text chat, honestly.
Okay.
I was going to say something, and then you came back, although you have not yet graced my screen again.
The thing I would say for the King George V's, again, sort of scenario, which I'm surprised Fleet didn't come into, because Fleet's always quite smart on this one, so I think he must be feeling tired or need iron brew. Take a drink of whatever you're drinking, my friend.
The problem is that you didn't really leave me much that you hadn't already said.
Well, the thing that should have come up is that in a world where the N3s have got 18-inch guns, and the G3s by the final point of design start off with a 16.5-inch, and the 16.5-inch gun has been rebored down to 16-inch. It's not the same as the 16-inch gun, which is then fitted on nail rods. It's a different design tree. It's more closer to the 15-inch 42s and that sort of history and those sort of shell designs in that practice. Is that in that kind of world, can you really fit a 14-inch gun onto a battleship if there's 18-inch gun battleships going around? No. So that means the King George V's might be 12, 16-inch guns in 4 triple turrets. In which case, good luck to anyone who's trying to work out what they're designing in that world. The trouble is, once you've upped to 45,000 tons, the limit, there are so many things the nations which build more ships more often can build. Right.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Next question. Do you have Warhammer Fantasy Miniatures Fantasy versus 40k? I pretty much
answered last week. No.
Yeah, I keep to the regular. I do keep considering the miniatures, but I have a pretty serious book habit, and I have a now new expense on my house which keeps trying to bankrupt me, called a house. So hopefully these are mostly one-off expenses of things that arrived. Like I have got a plumber and electrician coming around tomorrow to try and work out where we need to have our heating system zoned off to try and make the heating system actually work. Because currently we have a heating system where the piping, and I kid you not, goes from the boiler, which is in the centre of the house, and I've probably discussed this, but it's particularly annoying to me, and I'm still not quite sure why they did it. Goes up from there to the attic level, to the upstairs level, divides off to go to the utility room over here by my bedroom and my office, and then to the utility room's 3 radiators, and goes through the radiator and that in the attic, sort of in a sort of second room up there, and then along from there and down into the underfloor heating section of the property, and manages, because it's quite such a long divided route, unsurprisingly, managed to get air in the radiators on a regular basis, which means that almost every morning I am having fun getting air out of the radiators, and we get no heat from the utility room radiator, and we get barely any heat from the underfloor heating. And I still do not understand why someone had this bright idea. All I do know is I need to sell the old house, back in Epsom as soon as possible so I can fix this house up to a standard at which I do not have to keep having lovely people called plumbers and electricians who are very nice people who I'd love to meet down a pub, but I would prefer not to be coming to my house on a regular occasions and presenting you such lovely presents they call bills.
Hey, it is not my fault that previous generations so badly bonked on trades as a career that now I get to charge you $300 just to show up at your door.
Oh, I wish it was just $300, my friend. I wish it was. Oh.
I feel like we should probably just a little bit, tiny bit, sort of, kind of, get back on topic.
Yes, we should, before I rant,
Wait,
go into full
Us,
rant about a house.
the three of us, on topics?
Look, this isn't ramblings, all right?
Stafford,
On that show, we're allowed to
Night-
go off topic.
Knights,
on the
Knights
topic,
6831.
I'm
And
just going to
after
defend
this,
one
I'm
thing
going-
for Stafford and to respond to this. Stafford, be very. I would say it's not so much the green agenda. There is one thing is that with the electric vehicles and all these things, it's often there is the propaganda side, and there are people who are the evangelists who are going all this thing, and that's what I usually consider the green agenda. But there is also the practical purpose in the middle, and there is practicalities for going for electric supply and all these things, because in the nicest way, it does reduce some of the needs of movement of fossil fuels. It does reduce some of those things and make some more efficient. And efficiencies are a good thing. There are expected to be efficiency in the system, and if you're going to achieve better air quality standards, and especially in cities, this is what we're talking about, where we have conurbations, which are, and you know, the huger and bigger centralization of populations, the ones where you've got so many people, you constantly feel like you're being watched the whole time because there's just so many humans around you. The options to improve those spaces are very limited, and electric vehicles is one of them. And that's the reality. But those are also the scenarios where electric vehicles work best. The problems with electric vehicles, and I think this is where you're coming from, Stafford, is if you're deep in the countryside. And it's where there's also a very interesting Canadian company which is working on lorries, which is also pointing out the same thing. If you are deep in the middle of frigging nowhere, a diesel electric system is a far more sensible use of that electric power than necessarily having a brand new EV, because your lorry's going to run out of juice. But we'll leave that to one side. That's all very much off topic.
Not sponsored by Edison Motors.
Yeah.
No, but I do like them.
Yes. I would point out that, yes, there is a green agenda, and it exists, but I would also point out, have you noticed the Amazon rainforest is on fire?
And the fact that the ice caps are much, much smaller than they used to be. Going on to Knight 6831's question, question 199. If Royal Navy SSKs and SSN submarines were equipped with submarine launch SAMs, when would it be used in combat?
You've basically only got one use case for a submarine launch SAM, and which to be fair, a lot of submarines do carry man-portable anti-aircraft missiles, so man-pads that are in use by armies. The Russians do, the Americans do, I don't know if the British do. But the only real use case here is basically when you've left port, it is an active war, it is an active shooting war, and you are transiting to your dive point. At that point, when you basically cannot submerge, that is when you are vulnerable. If a maritime patrol aircraft comes over the horizon from the hostile power and for some miracle of a reason has not been intercepted by your own side's air power, at that point, diving and hiding does you no good. It's already seen you. At that point, your best chance is to grab the man-pad from inside the conning tower, take aim, and make him wish he was somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. I would
apart
say
from that, at surfacing to use the man-pad or doing anything else, related to using the surface-to-air missiles, just is a negative in combat. Because if you're being hunted by a maritime patrol aircraft, shooting at maritime patrol aircraft, either whether you're surfacing to do it or whether you're releasing a missile to do it, is an incredibly bad idea. Because you might get him,
let me explain.
but odds are you're probably not going to get him.
The Soviet rationale was actually quite simple. It was that they were the reason they fitted these missiles, and they had surface-to-air missiles fitted to their submarines, was the idea that if you were hunting and if the enemy was hunting you in your bastions, they are a way to, well, if they're going to kill you anyway, if they manage to find you, you can kill them. That was the idea. And so
There was also
you would
another-
start thinning out their numbers of maritime patrol aircraft, because it's far easier for you to
There was all.
it gives you a chance in a scenario where you feel you're locked in. You don't want to reveal it, but if you feel your position's exposed and known anyway, you might as well take the shot, because it's a roll of the dice.
There's also a limited niche case for the earlier nuclear and diesel-driven Soviet cruise missile submarines that have to surface and stay surfaced to guide their missiles into the target. For them, having a limited air defense capability is not the worst idea.
Moving on.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Budguy8829, after watching Drax's video on modernizing the USS New Jersey on the New Jersey's channel, weird way to phrase that, how would you modernize the Iowa class?
If you're talking to me, personally, I'd basically take Drax Qualifier from the beginning, which is, why would you? The costs involved are ludicrously expensive. You could probably build a new supercarrier for the cost of modernizing just one of the Iowas. Simply due to the amount of physical work you have to do to even get them to a remotely acceptable standard of operability. You have to stand up capability to reline the guns. You've got to replace the turbines. They might need a new sensor suite, but that's an extra if your funding can somehow cope with the sheer amount of insanity you've put it through. You can't meaningfully add a great deal more missiles than they already carry because of the blast effects of the main guns. You can't realistically add any more sophisticated sensors. Well, you can in a limited extent, but not much more than what they already carry. It basically comes to, the real cost, though, is basically the guns and the engines. In order to make the Iowas a viable combat asset again, you're basically going to have to gut them to replace the engines. And you'll have to reline the guns, or if worse comes to worse, replace the guns. And that technology doesn't exist right now. It would have to be stood up, and that process would be exceptionally expensive. If we take all that aside, however, and for some insane reason we're reactivating an Iowas. Oh, and of course, side note, all of them are museums now, and the museum owners are probably not going to be happy that you've seized a very valuable piece of history to turn it back into a warship after its service is done. But all that aside, you're basically looking at turning them back into what they were with just more modern weapons and sensors. Large, heavily armed presence ships and surface combatants designed to lead surface action groups. So modern versions of Harpoon, maybe some standard missiles, possibly remove most of the 5-inch mounts, maybe replace them with a single modern 5-inch 54 per side. Probably some single or twin-arm standard missile launchers, just so you can lob interceptors at incoming missiles. But that's about the long and short of it. Never mind the amount of years it would take to do this. Dr. Clarke, how many years do you think it would take for a US manufacturer to be able to produce new 16-inch guns?
How much money are you going to throw at them? Minimum 2, but how much money are you going to throw at them?
You have to give me a criteria. Do you expect it to work, or do you expect it to look good? Look like it'll work?
I expect it to work.
Well, that's about 16 to 20 years. To look like it'll work, I can do that in probably an 8 or 6. But I'm just looking at, but in nicest way, have a look. If you want some fun, though, before you start saying this is a completely unlikely thing, have a look at list of U.S. House of Representatives members, and look down that list and look at their pictures, look at those people, and then look at their senators, and then say, can I imagine none of these people saying this? Can I imagine none of these people saying this? And you have to remember, there are some of them who have been in post for a very, very long time.
Don't remind me.
You know, there are at least 3 members of the House of Representatives who have, I think, been in the post since 1981. 2 Republicans and a Democrat.
Remind me. Don't remind me, please.
So,
Don't remind me. I thought we got rid of Feinstein, or was that somebody else?
sorry, but this is the thing is, once you go through these lists, and it's similar when you do the House of Commons in the UK. Please, if you're ever particularly bored, scroll through the pictures of the UK House of Commons, or any of them, and let's look at the people and go, can I imagine you saying something so stupid as pushing through that for national interest and national prestige, we need to do a modernised Iowa program? And then have a look at the pictures and go, oh God, I could imagine that coming out of your mouth. I could imagine that coming out of you. I could imagine you saying that. I can imagine your hair saying that, let alone you.
The
Also-
Texas and the modernized Iowa and the wibble wobble.
Please stop that. That's
I'm
just,
going to make a
that's
joke
just
because I'm
disturbing.
an American, and this is the jokes we make. Fleet, that actually might be a more intelligent rendition than some of our Congress critters.
I'm currently trying to figure out who is the youngest person in the House of Representatives. I'm trying to work
I
it through.
don't think it's AOC. I don't think it's AOC. She was, and I think she's lost that since. But
Yeah, I think
I know
it's
she is
now
among
it's
the
now
younger.
Maxwell Frost, who's 27, who's from Florida, and then there's AOC is 35, but there's also a Republican, Anna Paulina Luna, who's also 35. And Greg Caesar, who's 35. There's quite a few who are 35. Sarah Jacobs, 35. So these are probably names you're going to have in there for at least the next 50 or so years, because I don't see them retiring till then in the 90s. By that point. So yeah, they're probably camped out and going to be doing this for at least another 50 odd years. Who knows what random stuff they'll be saying.
Dan, I am not unconvinced that if you put Texas back under full power, that Texas wouldn't disintegrate. I'm just saying. I know there's probably going to be angry Texans storming me tomorrow, but
yeah, well, AOC is also younger than me, Timu Locker. This is the thing which in that nice way, the 27-year-old I think is he younger than all of us on this panel? No, he's not. He's younger than
Yes,
than
he is.
you. I don't know if he's younger than Fleet. I think he's not. I think he's younger than Fleet. I think Fleet's younger. Oh, it's gonna be fun.
Alrighty. Next question from Knight6831, question 198. By the way, I have locked questions because we are running up right against the 3-hour mark. Question 198 from Knight631. Knight6831. Apologies. How devastating
How many times
would
have you
short
said
blow
Knight's
pipe?
name? How many times have you said
Yes.
Knight's name and you're now getting it wrong?
Yes. I am very stupid. How devastating would short blowpipe be, I guess, if thanks to Amphion submarine HMS Aeneas, the British got it after 1945 to be in Korea and beyond?
You could use it, but devastating? I don't think we're going to call it devastating. It would be used and useful, but not necessarily devastating. Just something you have.
I don't even know what that system is. So
it's a surface-to-air missile, short-range one.
Okay. If we're done with that, I'll rattle off the next one.
But also the real question is the blowpipe. It's in service from 1975 to 85. So if you're getting that system in service if the British got it in 1945. If the British managed to get blowpipe in 1945, that's 30 years earlier. It's going to be fun. A missile from 30 years in the future is going to do a lot of damage. And this was not just a British system. This was a system which was considered good enough that, well, both Chile and Argentina used it, Canada used it, Portugal used it, and we always know Portugal liked to pick very Gucci weapons. I think Israel used it as well. They installed them on their Gal-class submarines. So that's probably where the question's coming from. But, yeah, again...
Next question from Blackburn. Expanding on the Tiger Cub idea, what if with the upping of the battlecruiser gun caliber to 13.5, with the Lion class, that they started to build the 9.2-inch cruisers then?
No. If the Royal Navy is building battle cruisers, the Royal Navy is not building larger armored cruisers. There's no point.
Okay, Fleet, you're running into the whole Royal Navy's actually idea at that time. So let me explain what the Royal Navy was thinking about, because you're thinking about battlecruiser replacing the battlecruisers or supplement the battlecruiser in a role. The Royal Navy's not. The Royal Navy's thinking they have 101 armored cruisers and pre-dreadnought battleships, which they use as basically their third rates for, at this time, for doing station flagship roles, all those sorts of missions around the world. The Invincibles can sort of, at the cost point, make sense to produce in enough numbers. When you can no longer produce those in enough numbers, because you have to produce battlecruisers of the scale of Lions, and then the Tigers getting more expensive, of course, eventually the Renowns and the Admirals, you can't afford to build enough of those to do all the duties you need to do, can you? With a large ship.
No, you can't.
That's where the Tigers come in. Now, they're part of an active debate. Actually, they're the same debate which Jackie Fisher hijacks to justify building Courageous and Glorious. The thing that Jackie Fisher does is he puts 15-inch guns on those designs when they were originally designed for 9.2-inch guns and to have 4 turrets. Now, that makes more sense. And those ships were basically going to be station flagships, and the nickname is Tiger Cubs. That was the question used, and so I used it. But basically, that's also where the idea of the phraseology frigate comes from. In that period, there is the name frigate is actually attached to that sort of design. And they basically would be station flagships, they'd be some extra heavy cruisers, but they're about replacing those 101 ships. You can't do that with battle cruisers, etc. Now, the thing is, the reason I picked 9.2-inch guns and all this, and this run into people because people go, well, they're going to escalate the guns. No, the reason you're going for a 9.2-inch gun ship because that's the largest of the cruiser that's your largest of your cruiser guns, but it keeps very much in the cruiser range, not the capital range. So it's not going to be subject to the same escalation. Because if you stick a 12-inch gun on a 9.2-inch gun ship, yes, you've got a more powerful ship, but you've also got a rate of fire that's not going to suit a cruiser platform. It's like putting the bigger guns on destroyers. If you're building a cruiser platform, the 9.2-inch gun works. I'm sure the Americans will try a 10-inch gun because they have it in service and they have the design, etc. But the thing is, it's about building cruisers to fill that role that those 101 ships are going to leave. And it's a very real role which the Royal Navy was looking at and worrying about and trying to work out how to deal with. And specifically, the Hawkins class were not supposed to be doing that role because they're not considered up to the standard to do that. So that's the thing. You are perfectly right if you are talking about the period when you've got the Invincibles. The Invincibles, the cost differential between building one of them and building an armoured cruiser is not so much that it is worthwhile building both, and you can theoretically build enough Invincibles to do it. But once you start getting onto the Lions, once you start getting onto Queen Mary, once you get onto the Tiger, HMS Tiger, the cost of those ships has gone up so much, it suddenly becomes practical. And it's the question I always ask people is, do you build an Invincible, if you are a sensible person, in a world which has HMS Tiger? You don't, do you?
Not particularly, no.
She's automatically going to be a risk of a ship. But if you build a 9.2-inch gun cruiser, and you can build them in enough numbers that, let's say, you have a couple wandering around in a flag station for, let's say, the South Atlantic patrol, South America patrol, and all those other patrols which the Royal Navy has around the world, which are supposed to have armoured cruisers with, which need ships of status for their station flagship, for the deterrence, for the conflict management role, for all the peacetime missions, as well as the wartime capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly you need that new class, don't you?
Mhm.
And that's
Indeed
101
you do.
ships, and that's 101 ships. So you are right up to an extent. But then there's the thing that the Royal Navy is basically going is we need to replace 101 ships in service. And that's a huge number of ships. You can't replace them one for one
gentlemen,
with Invincibles. You can definitely not replace them one for one with Tigers.
I'm gonna try and start from here on out, keeping us pretty tightly to a 5 minute per question, just so we can mulch through the 60 odd remaining questions we have left.
I will wish you luck, my friend. Carry on.
Well, I can be quite forceful when I need to be. All right. So the next one on our list is Knight 6831, question 197. Would a 12 rounds per minute rate of fire for the 155 millimeter gun have been brought up with technology improvements?
Probably.
Hmm.
It's quite possible you can achieve it with an automatic system, yeah.
Hang on. What are we talking about? A
6-inch gun. It's a 6-inch. It's a 6-inch gun.
Oh, yeah, 20. Oh, God, easy.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
they're already at 10. They're getting 12.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Like the Des Moines 8-inch auto-loading triples can go faster than that.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
yeah. It's a lighter shell. You can do it all.
Steve Clarke, given the recent video on experimental submarines and Walther turbines has me thinking, could you use the bane of heat generated in the H2O2 reaction as a heat source for a Stirling engine to power the vessel more reliably?
No, I don't think you could, but I would need diagrams to explain in more detail.
Fleet?
Same answer, basically.
Okay. Knight
Take care, Stafford.
6831.
Enjoy the bourbon.
Knight 6831, question 196. Would a rate of fire reduction from 20 to 26 RPM 114 millimeter Mark 8 to the 12 RPM 155 millimeter gun have been an acceptable trade-off? I'm going to ask you for what platform?
That's a Royal Navy gun. It's a 4.5-inch versus 6-inch gun, and if you are comparing it to a Mark 8 with similar technologies and a 6-inch gun built in a similar time period, you could probably be achieving more likely 15 to 18 rounds per minute from a 6-inch gun.
At that point, it's probably acceptable at that point.
It's probably acceptable at that point. I don't think 12 rounds per minute. In a nice way, you're achieving 10 rounds per minute with the manual loaded weapons in 1940. If by 1970, 1980, you are not achieving a lot faster than that with all the systems you can build, then frankly, you need to shoot your research scientists. Timestamp 3 question: did Britain or France have their own Aegis equivalents in development at the same time frame as the US?
That's RG's question.
RG's question. Equivalents. They have their own programs, but they're not the same as the Aegis system. It's different. It's like the modern British system on a Type 45s is the closest the British have to an equivalent to the Aegis, and it's got a slightly different emphasis and slightly. Basically, they've gone down slightly different routes. They're complementary routes, but they're not the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
they're not the same. So, yeah, they have equivalent in terms of generational assets being produced, but I would hesitate to call the Sea Dart system equivalent to Aegis. But the system on a Type 45 is pretty darn good. The Samson radar is especially spectacularly interesting and capable. And yeah, it's a slightly different system. Okay, so Blackburn Maximus just saw a post on the
r/non-credible defense.
Funding Navy via having corporate sponsoring ship construction by holding auctions for naming and branding of the ship. It's not the worst idea I've ever heard, but frankly, I wouldn't want to do it because I hate to see the HMS Starbucks going to sea with the HMS McDonald's. Or good, even worse, the HMS Big Mac. Just imagine what the sailors would do with Big Mac as a name. Oh, good lord. No, just I hope not. I hope never to see that.
Can you imagine the public outcry if USS Pumpkin Spice gets sunk in October?
Oh, good god. No, I honestly I don't think it would ever happen because I don't see what the corporations gain from actually naming ships. I don't see they don't gain anything.
Yeah.
We're not quite in the Fallout universe yet.
You haven't got to
the typing down there.
You haven't got to.
Bombsec calling.
Okay, so question per tonnage ranges. What would be a healthy range of missiles aboard a warship? This is from RG. And what would be too much? Tonnages between 2,000 to 100,000 to fund, divided however you believe is fit. First of all, you have to
Depends
ask
entirely on what type of ship and role.
Yeah, what do you want your ship to do? If you want to be a cruiser which can operate the other side of the world from you, that's going to carry a lot less missiles per ton than a ship which is just going to be hanging around in your coastal region and is basically there as a mobile air defense system. This is one of the things with Japan. They're currently building. Japan's currently building some ships which are basically going to be mobile Aegis platforms for their own defense of the land base, and they will be absolutely stocked with missiles. And I know the first thing I'm going to get is see at every point is people going, look at how many missiles this ship has versus a Type 45. And I'm going to sit there and go, yes, the Type 45 is underarmed. I do agree that. But it's not as underarmed as you think it is, because the Type 45 also has the accommodation facilities for the crew and its own maintenance and its own infrastructure swings to take it around the world and operate in the Pacific when it's based in the UK. Whereas that ship is never supposed to leave basically its own port region and is supposed to return to port, its own harbour every other month, basically.
And I would also like to point out that, for example, let's say we have a 4,000-ton ship, and it's designed to go up and work in the Arctic, securing claims for, let's say, the United States or the UK. Now, this ship is, yeah, and let's say, but this ship. What does this ship need? It needs perhaps a 3-inch gun and some maybe point defense missiles and perhaps some anti-ship missiles. But what most of that tonnage is going to is supplies, repair facilities, and the ability to break ice.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, for example, a 4,000-ton general-purpose frigate might have a 3 to 5-inch gun. It may carry 8 to 12 anti-ship missiles in box launchers. It may have VLS. It may have an arm launcher for its point defense missiles. It may have VLS. It may have a close-in weapon system. It may not. And if it doesn't have a close-in weapon system that's gun-based, it may have more missiles to fill that role. This is the thing. There's no hard and fast rule.
Sorry, for some reason I'm getting an advertisement just flush up as saying that I should put an advertisement on YouTube. I should be letting an advert go for on YouTube, and I'm going, no.
Please tell me it is a Starbucks pumpkin spice latte advert. Please tell me it's a
Raid
pumpkin spice
Shadow
latte.
Legends.
No, but it is. It does have the phrase "No Nut November" in it. We'll leave that to one side.
Oh
yeah,
my god,
say
you
no.
let that.
Let's say no. No. Down fleet.
That would be
It's
funny.
I will say
funny. I know why.
it's an advertisement for a chocolate bar, which doesn't.
Oh.
Don't care. Not little cousin safe. No.
No.
Down.
No.
Down.
Funny.
Bad AdSense.
Funny.
Bug Guy 629. What do you think of the possibility of the U.S. Air Force having to buy the U.S. The USN's FXX program instead of their own NGAD due to lack of funds?
I mean,
doubtful. The U.S. Congress will find a way to fund it. It's a sexy fighter
it's the United
aircraft.
States Air Force.
They will find a way to get the money.
Well, to be fair, what form it comes out in, I don't know. It may be something the size of a B-21 Raider. Given how capabilities are changing so rapidly and what an S priority fighter actually is.
Yeah. Now, Shandlord Shandel, could an actual Washington Naval Treaty be negotiated with the general 553 1.7575 displacement allocations? Not realistically, unless you want to. Basically, Japan wanted a 7 to 10 ratio. Now, this is the problem. If Japan wants a 7 to 10 ratio, you're going to then have to take both the British and Americans up to 20 ships for them to be happy and have the 6-ship clearance of Japan that they wanted, which is where you get the problem. But it could work, but that's 20 ships limits, and then Japan gets 14, and then, as said, the odds are France and Italy get 2 ships each, and they get 8 allocated each rather than 6. But the thing is, there's not really an equitable treaty which is going to be considered as equitable, i.e. acceptable to all sides, with enough in that they're all going to support it, if the Japanese do not get 70%. Because 70% is the level at which they felt they would be safe. They were forced to accept less than 60%, which was their bare minimum. They thought they could survive. And there is all the world's difference between those two words. Anything you want about a fleet?
Nope, you've pretty much said it all. I like to keep my long-winded spiels for when I've actually got something decent to say.
Okay, timestamp 3. Question. Did from RG, did the Royal Navy ever design a triple turret version of the twin 6-inch of the Tigers, or a quadruple? They did have a triple idea that they're working on, but they didn't ever go through. The twins were what they kept to with the dual with the automatic turrets, because they didn't really go much.
And to be fair, to the Royal Navy, making a decent auto-loading twin that functions reliably is hard enough. Making a triple, there's a reason that the only real triple that saw active use that was an auto-loader was the Des Moines 8-inch, because those turrets, from what I'm aware, are so overbuilt they weigh, well,
yes,
they weigh a lot.
They do.
And to be fair, you don't, in the period where the Royal Navy is looking at building Tiger and ships like her, you don't really need more than the twin, given the rate of fire you can cycle through them if you're really trying.
It's better to actually, the weight is better to put in an extra turret than it is an extra gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Daniel Boom 517 Phillips. What happened with the Bilge Pump site? Can't access it. It's been moved to YouTube, and we're setting it all up. I'm currently editing all the videos as we speak to YouTube accessible long patrol. YouTube accessible, and they're probably going to be uploaded on Drax channel. I think we've agreed that one now. I think they're going to go to Drax. Information mimic. I have heard of a fleet of oilers in the US Navy. Why is there so little mention of Royal Navy fleet oilers? How was the oil supplied to Gibraltar based on their own?
Because the Royal Navy had such a distributed network of bases that it really didn't need fleet oilers to the same extent that the US Navy was.
And they did have their own fleet of oilers and slow oilers, which took the fuel between the bases. It's just not talked about as much. But they do. The RFA is massive in World War II and massive prior to the war, etc. One of the problems the Royal Navy has is that its fast fleet oilers... there's this guy called Winston Churchill who has this bright idea of converting some of them into amphibious warfare vessels because you don't need them for the Atlantic War. And he's given this a bright idea by someone, and Churchill thinks it's an absolute wheeze of an idea. And the trouble is, it's positioned done before someone turns around and go, what happens if we need to supply a fleet in the Indian Ocean? Or in the Far East? Oh, well, we're not. We're fighting in the Mediterranean Atlantic, so we don't need these things because we've got the bases to support them. And they would have been really useful in the for the Bismarck and those things. But instead, they've got big gantries on them, which allow them to deploy landing craft mechanized, and large amounts of them.
Oh, don't tell me it's another one of Churchill's brilliant ideas, quote unquote. It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, for pity's sake.
And that's why the Royal Navy then gets its reputation of, they didn't have fast fleet oilers at the beginning of World War Two. No, they were actually building a whole class of them at the time in the late 1930s. It's just the 8 ships, basically about 6 of them get converted into various types of amphibious warfare vessel in 1940. Yes, it was the good idea, Fairy. Oh, good Lord, help us all.
Although in this case, it's more accurately to call it the good idea alcoholic man in his 50s.
Yes, although the base was still being supported by the slow oilers. They were wandering around between them quite happily. Question. Bug guys, the question: do you see the USN keep building supercarriers, or do you see them building something smaller, or quit building them altogether? As long as they need carriers, they're going to keep the supercarriers.
Yeah, it's also a status asset too, so they'll stick around for longer than they might otherwise.
And it's also a utility asset because it's the number of aircraft you can carry. Let's be honest, the American carriers can carry roughly 90 aircraft, which is 5 sets of 18. So you start working out in terms of, you've got specialists for airborne early warning, specialists for electronic warfare. You can even have another specialist instead of search and rescue. You can have your 18 ASW aircraft, and that's your 18. Then you've got space for what? 54 fixed wing aircraft, which can be used as strike assets, for air defense assets, all sorts of things. You can have 2 squadrons rolled for strike, 2 sets of 18 rolled for strike. You can have 1 set of 18 rolled for air defense. All sorts of things you can do with them. So in the nicest way, no. They're far too useful in terms of, as long as you need aircraft, as long as you need air power, you're going to need an aircraft carrier. This is the thing. People like to talk to me like the aircraft carrier has a time like battleship, and I go no, because the limitation of the battleship was the guns and what you could build the guns to do. The limitation on a carrier is what you can build aircraft to do. Do you think we have reached the limit of what we can build aircraft to do? And then people go, well, it's going to be... And then people go, well, it'll be uncrewed aircraft. And I go, do you think you won't need an aircraft carrier for uncrewed aircraft?
But of course, because they have unlimited loiter time, because they don't have the pilot in there that you have to take care of.
They still need fuel, they still need maintenance, and they still need to be rearmed. Yes, they do. Yes, they do have limitations.
Oh, that's simple. We can fix that with an in-flight refuel and rearmament station. We don't have to worry about that.
You can't rearm in air. Every time they've tried, it's caused explosions of things. It's not good.
But they didn't have the same technological upper hand that we do now.
Can I start laughing hysterically now?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you may.
Right then.
I'm done.
Information mimic. Question. From the history of World War I, looks like the Ziedler, Windjammer surface radar, was fairly successful. Why wasn't there more of them? Because there's a limit to...
basically, lack of suitable ships, basically.
Yeah. And lack of time, money, investment. I'll be back once I've got a glass of milk. I bequeath you Blackburn Maximus's next question. I'll listen to your answer while I'm filling this up with milk.
Knights, can you... God. Oh, sorry. Fleet. Can you read that off?
Let me give it a... Let me go to crack. Which one am I looking at?
You're looking at Blackburn Maximus question. With the large number of drone attacks on ships via air/sea drones, what about combining the Fire Scout UAV and Comanche helicopter, making them small enough that you could put 4 in a hangar, allowing for constant rotation of air assets, for surface ships to protect at a distance, and potentially if sized right to fit in a shipping container for use on cargo ships? At that point, you're just going to have a set of what I've been introduced to as Terrier missiles, which are just going to be these missiles systems that operate in swarms as point defense or distant defense weapons. You are not going to get you are not going to get something with a Comanche sized layout that can engage air and surface targets smaller than a Comanche.
And also, you really, to be blunt, don't need anything like that. There are already people working on vertical takeoff drones that are expendable one-way systems that you don't even need a specialized hangar for. You just literally you can keep it inside of a cargo ship, like in the superstructure, bring it out to an open space, and just say, yes, suicide drone be upon ye.
Yeah, you're that kind of air defense is much more likely if it's either going to be one or a small number of large, expensive, high value systems, or it is going to be swarms upon swarms of cheap, disposable, semi smart munitions. You're not. Yeah, the Comanche I think it's an Apache.
No, the Comanche was a light attack / scout helicopter. It was designed to replace things like the Little Bird, but of course it was dropped when people realised that, well, it was kind of silly as a
Okay, so
concept.
it's yeah, I think I've seen that in games, but yeah, it's oh no, it's light, but
It's not as light as people think it is at all.
let's put it this way, there's not as much daylight between this and an Apache for me to actually consider it that much different than an Apache. It's essentially a clean Apache with what looks to be two ventral weapons bays. You're probably, unless you want to take a significant payload hit, you're not making that the size of a fire scout. There's no way you're making
No.
that the size of a fire scout.
Look, the problem is people perceive that the big cost of weight and displacement and space in modern aircraft is it's the human, it's the squidgy organic bit. It's actually the sensors and the computers. It really is. The thing that's been driving the increasing size of aircraft has been engines, sensors, and computers for now, I'd say the last 70 years at least. And
Yeah, basically.
And also, the other fun thing to computers is you don't just have the computer; you have to have the coolant system for the computer, and
As well as all the horsepower, as well as all the horsepower / kilowatts you need to be able to pull off of the engines to run those computers. And given that I have a upper end of the middle of the road PC that has an 850 watt power supply in it off of 120 mains, that can add up very, very, very quickly, especially when you're dealing with things like high energy radars, IR sensors, IR lasers, IR detectors and radar detectors, all the fly-by-wire controls, all of the squidgy organic. Well, you don't have those in a drone, but you still have all the in a crewed aircraft or even an optionally crewed aircraft. You're still going to have some of that kilowatts going to the life support systems, so on and so forth.
It's it basically the problem you have is that even in a uncrewed aircraft, you still have to have the command and control systems. You still have to have the systems which allow the ship to work, the aircraft to work, and that's your problem. You can't. It's going to sound strange. You're replacing a human, so you need all the sensors you're going to replace the human with. You need all the command and control facilities you have on board, plus all the communication systems and the enhanced communication systems you have to deal with the bandwidth of stuff which you don't have a pilot there controlling. Because you think about it, in a crewed aircraft, a pilot gets given an order and does all the controls from that order. It's not quite the same.
Also modifies their plan to execute that order in relation to external stimuli nearly instantaneously. Whereas if you have an uncrewed system, you've either got to put the processing power on board to make those decisions, or you've got to have the data link processing power to reliably get that information back to the control hub so that they can input new commands into the system.
Right. So, then we want what's the next one? We've got
your next victim is going to be Boom Boom Dam. Boom
Boom Daniel Phillips, Boom Boom 517. It's not Boom Boom Dan. Boom Boom Dan is Dan Caldon. We can't be cruel. We have to keep Boom Boom Dan his nickname. But the fact that Daniel and the Boom Booms and Daniels are starting to come together makes me worried about how many of them are chemists. Rome builds a canal across the Suez. How does it affect warfare in the Mediterranean going forward? And does it extend the reach of Rome into the Indian Ocean, increase the empire's longevity? That allows them to get around the Persian Empire, doesn't it, for trade with the Far East? Certainly going to give them a lot more money coming in. A lot more money. It's going to make the Eastern Empire a lot more profitable. And going to make control of Suez more important than the control of Constantinople. It might even change where the eventual capital of the Eastern Empire is, from Constantinople to Alexandria. Because that's the nearest big city that you can control the Suez from. Would you agree with that, Fu?
Seems about right.
And let's be honest, Alexandria is also where you can get the control the grain basket that is Egypt from. It's gonna be interesting. But if the Romans do manage to get control, basically a maritime route to rival the Silk Road, that could have big effects on the growth of the Ottoman economy, all sorts of things, which were used to fund the growth of various organisations, because we and various governments in that era. I do not see it happening without there being a major war of the Persians, because that's going to be a direct threat to the Persian economy. And that was a problem after the Romans did find it.
Bear in mind, Rome and China are aware of each other's existence for most of both powers existing.
Yeah.
You're telling me Marco Polo didn't discover China all on their own?
No.
Yes. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Basically, the thing is, you have to change most of the idea about navigators and explorers from people finding places to people rediscovering or discovering the routes to places.
Yep, basically.
That's what you have to change the framework. And it's often easier for people to present it as, this person's discovered this place. Well, no, actually, what they've done is they've discovered the route to it.
It's like, oh my goodness, I found a place. No, you didn't.
It's like we have we have some very accurate maps dating from the Viking period, which show not just Greenland and Canada, but quite a lot of the coast of North America. Indeed. We have those maps. So how would you get accurate maps in that period? Well, the only way is for the Vikings to have sailed there. And the Vikings did do long voyages. They did really long voyages. Because one of the things their ships didn't need was they didn't need a lot of crew. Would Persia know Rome was building the Suez Canal? They would probably know there was a major construction program, and they did know. The Romans did try a sort of variation on the Suez Canal, I think, historically. But if they'd actually succeeded in building it, they would probably have thought not much of it immediately. But it's once the Roman trading vessels start showing up in India and are doing the trading route across there, up through the Red Sea, etc., that suddenly that becomes a problem. The Persians were, and then they would go for it, and it would be Persian cavalry versus Roman infantry, which in certain areas was a very big disadvantage for the Romans, but in other areas the Romans would absolutely fortify out of it. And the trouble for the Persians was often siege warfare.
And we're talking about a fixed point, which the Romans can fortify.
Mm-hmm. It would be interesting. They did have the Romans did have a canal linking the Gulf of Suez to the Bitter Lakes and then to the Nile. Yeah, it's not quite a ship. We'll not get into that full details. There's the difference between the canal we're sort of discussing that they would have to build and that canal. But yeah, that was more of a water canal than it was necessarily a ship canal.
Yes.
And they then rebuilt it. Yes, but we'll leave that to one side. It's fun times. It's a whole engineering history, and I again graphs and things that really get into it.
No, not the graphs.
Yeah, Romans don't do well versus cataracts historically. They did so badly against them. They raised their own troops for them. And that's the reason why there ends up being basically the thing about the Romans is they are very good. If they lose, what they do is they copy the thing they lost to, and they start innovating. This is during the height of the Empire and the Republic period, and this is when it'll be built. So it's going to be in an era where it would be a lot of money. And one thing I would say about the Byzantine forces in the Eastern Empire is you can question their they when they are well led and well supplied, they can achieve great things. They are defeated more by their internal politics than they are by their external forces. And I would say, though, that a lot of modern commentators seem to draw very easy, very wrong ideas for why they lose and what the problems are in their modern politics. It's actually it's infighting and othering people who you have disagreements with that cause them the trouble and cause them to fall apart. It's when you can't trust your neighbor because you disagree over politics. That's when your nation falls apart. Not when you're having because the other person's out partying and you don't approve of it, or whatever kind of lifestyle choices. That's just not that's just not it. It's the it's the making your neighbor more of your enemy than your enemy. That's what you have to watch out for. That's what destroys nations. That's what destroys empires from the inside. It's when you care more about winning a fight with your neighbor than you do the person who's the enemy at the gates of your city. And that's a scary thing to think about. Indeed. And that's why a lot of people don't bring it up as an option. They prefer to talk about the internal fights, because basically the internal fights get them points and are how they get their notoriety up and how they get all the stuff they do. And this sort of comes back to our earlier discussion about whole academics involved in discussions and talking about the realities of it. Wasn't the internal fight, it was the fact the internal fights became so bad that people cared more about winning them than they did about winning the wars which were destroying their nation. That's the problem.
Indeed.
That's the scary thing. That's the thing you have to watch for.
Yep.
There's a reason there's a battle of Chattanooga is in this month's videos. Because someone's just put her out.
Information mimic. From the looks of it, the naval race of the 1860s to 1920s very much looks like a space race. With the advent of naval treaties, doesn't it look like the speed of progress slowed down a bit? I would say no, simply because now you've got to engineer solutions to get around the treaty limits, and that's going to push development.
The treaties cause more issues because they cause people more often to lie about what they're actually doing, and B, it means you have a less visible record of their rate of technological progress. There's this really interesting idea put forward by which professor was it? That the naval treaties, the building holiday, didn't halt progress of technological development, but what it did halt was people understanding what other people's progress of technological development was. And it's led to some nations becoming overconfident, believing themselves to be vastly superior to their opponents, and other nations wildly overestimating the power of their opponents because they couldn't see it with their own eyes, what the progress was. And it caused a lot more fear and worry. And it again comes back to the whole thing of the Equitable Treaty series, where I put in a case of what's better is to, rather than having a building holiday, have a build-in ratio period. So basically, oh yes, well in this period, in the next 10 years, the British and Americans can build 7 ships each. The Japanese can build... No, can build 10. Let's say next 10 years, the British and Americans can build 10 ships. At any point they want over that 10-year period, they can build 10 ships. The Japanese can build 7. The French and the Italians can build 4. And doing that sort of thing works. Having a no-build policy actually undermines it.
As usual, Dr. Clarke has hit the nail on the head. Pretty much, he said everything that needs to be said.
Okay.
Wow, I rhymed that one. Wait.
Yeah. question, RG, did Teddy Roosevelt and Admiral Fisher ever meet? And if they didn't, do you think they get along or have issues? Had they hypothetically met? Okay, they never met. But hypothetically, if they had met, it would depend on their moods. I think they probably get along, but they're also both men of great bombastic skill and florid linguistics when they wish to be. Although, if they do meet and agree, goodness knows what the ships look like that come out of that meeting.
What if we put Tillman in there?
No, both of them would have hated him.
Oh, okay.
He's far too much a politician for either of them. And this is not to say that Teddy was not a good politician, but Teddy was a politician with very, very strange for a politician morals and ethics.
I'd like to make a modern clone of him. Just saying.
Yeah, it's a case of you might disagree with him, but you'll never not respect him because you'll always have a sound reason and thought through for why he's done something. You can have a debate with him, and there's a good time while he's a New York police commissioner. He's a really interesting character as the commissioner of the police in New York. Remembering the fact that Blue Bloods has been cancelled and the last episodes are coming up. The terrible, terrible world. No longer going to have Tom Selleck being a police commissioner. New York's been let down. Timestamp 3. What alternate history scenario which one is... Okay. What alternate history scenario where one is put in charge of a navy would you say is the best interest students to think strategically as a whole? Channel. Which scenario, which nation do I want to put them in charge of? Get them to think strategically. I have to say I usually work them through... I do usually start them off with... The easy one to start them off with is the UK in the 1920s and in the 1900s. The difficult one to start them off with is Japan in the same period. Because that's got a lot of competing factors. I have occasionally been cruel and made them start off with China. That has never any problem. I've never been quite so cruel as to put them in charge of Spain, but that's mainly because Spain, it's the internal politics as much as the strategic situation you're having to manage, and you can't really accurately put that together because the internal politics is quite so weird. What do you think, Fu? For teaching students. What do you think? There's a lot of hums coming. A lot of hums.
Probably France. Probably France in the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War.
That is a good point to start off with. Usually I don't pick that because then I had the time which I set this. I did have this assignment. The good thing they hadn't yet studied the Juna Coal. And I didn't want to do that after doing it without having it done Juna Coal. Because the thing is, you need to understand the Juna Coal first to understand why the French have got to where they have at that point. France and the Naval period. Yeah, we usually pick a 50-year period, and we try and pick it a period which is going to be technologically similar. So, 1850 to 1900 is a quite good one. 1800 to 1850, 1900 to 1950. Those sort of things are quite good. Starting in the interwar period, you're condensing it too much. You have to give them enough space to actually evolve themselves and think it through. Mark Harkness, on the topic of the Tiger Cubs, if the US decides to build, say, 2 to 4 around 1914 or so, what are they armed with? 10-inch guns. Do they go for the slower 10-inch guns, or does the US go for 12 8 Giants? They have the 10-inch gun already on instruction. They won't get in 1914, though. It would take longer than that to get the idea through Congress. So they would be starting about 1915.
If it gets through Congress.
Well, there is one advantage. Tillman's alive at this point and very much at the zenith of his power, and they're just about small enough to be built at Charleston Navy Yard. Oh. Goodness gracious me, YouTube is doing a whole lot of... You should be adding in ads. Ads. If I was sort of would stop adding so many ads after the system was, finished, I would actually do it just to control the amount of ads which appeared in it, but, I don't do it. Information moment. Alternate history question. Had the standard containers been invented in the 1930s, how much impact could this have on Lend-Lease and global logistics overall? If they're invented in the 1930s, not as much as you'd probably hope they'd have, because it's going to take time to adapt the world's infrastructure to support it. And the vast majority of ships for 1930s and into 1940s are not going to be built with them. The Liberty ships might, but there again, Liberty ships are going to be designed around the most common port facilities you're going to find, which are not going to be those. If you want to change the infrastructure for World War II, you pretty much have to have them sort of come about in about the 1910s, just so much that they will be being implemented in the 1920s as part of the investments post World War One. Senator Canary, run one ad, please. No. This is because you're hoping it's going to be the chocolate ad, aren't you?
No.
That's what they're hoping. They're hoping it's going to be the chocolate ad. They're hoping it's going to be a chocolate ad.
Bloody degenerates. The Blackbird has observed your transgressions.
What transgressions? I mean, good lord. Don't make me stick Hosh on the Blackburn to make it stand in line.
Do you know what that references to?
Right, so I'm hoping it's not the chocolate ad. Let's see what it would be like. Let's insert an ad.
Whoops.
Ad inserted. Not sure if that had any impact on it at all.
You won't see it because you're the broadcaster. Everybody else will, though, and I request that we keep going because we've still got a pile to dig our way out from under.
All right, so what if the question? Let's go for 96 If the Royal Navy adopted the 6.1-inch gun as they had planned from 2014, would we need the 5-inch 62? Probably not, but we might still be going with it.
No, because we've already adopted a new gun.
Yeah.
Like, why would we adopt a new gun in 2014 to then adopt a new gun in 2024? That's a little bit.
Yeah. The ad thing, if you're a Premier, if you're a member of the channel, or I think if you're a Prime, YouTube Prime, you don't see ads.
Correct, Amundo.
That was a lightsaber. Some people got a lightsaber ad. Oh, good lord.
Oh, there we go. I got an ad for Monzo Business.
It's because you're a member, Dan Friedman.
So apparently Monzo has business. Who knew?
Colin Cameron, would an official UK government program to replace World War losses of merchant shipping with modern vessels have made a difference in World War II convoys? Would there be more fast convoys? There was a bit of an official program, but it was not really about. They didn't really concentrate on replacing with better ships. They were just building, basically, giving tax breaks for people to build ships, and mostly they just built what was cheap with the tax breaks. Blackburn Maximus, what if the Nevada class was instead built as 2 battle cruisers on 28 knots? Well, then the USN has some battle cruisers, and if they are available in World War One, they're going to join the battle cruiser fleet. at some point.
Let me see. Nevada class. Just sure. I want to make. I want to make absolutely sure I know what I'm talking about before I put my foot in it. Oh, yeah, it is what I thought. Yeah, so you're looking at you're looking at the Nevadas basically to keep costs down. You're looking at the basically dropping the super firing twin aft and going triple twin triple, and then extending it slightly to try and keep them in the same budget bracket as
I
the
don't
Nevadas.
think. No, I think they drop a turret. I'm sure they drop a turret, but I don't think they go triples because you're going to want to keep the hull narrow to try and get to 28 knots with the technology available to time. Narrow and long.
So you're thinking twin? So you're thinking 614s?
I'm thinking I'm thinking 814s probably. Yeah.
I get where you're coming from, but I feel like that would involve lengthening them a bit too much and increasing the cost too much that Congress might not be happy.
Not really. Think about the HMS Tiger.
I suppose you've got that.
And basically, all you've got a difference between Tiger and the battleships of her generation is they deleted one of the turrets. They deleted.
Okay, that makes sense.
And they added in the extra boilers. So yeah, the Tiger's.
And to be fair, dropping to twins would mean that they could slim the hull down fore and aft because you don't have to deal with a triple barbette. You won't have to deal with a twin. Might not be enough. You might have to lengthen the ship slightly, even still, but it still would be not as drastic as some. What you might see is the secondary battery gallery deck got rid of on the sides, and you might see them, just to narrow it even further.
Yeah. But I think you just go down the four twins.
The real interesting thing is what happens after World War II. So World War One, I mean, because those ships are going to be some of the most valuable fleet units in the U.S. Navy, even after the Washington Naval Treaty.
Especially after the Washington Naval Treaty.
They'll be seen as counters to the Congos. They'll be seen as the United States' only true fast carrier escorts. You better believe they're getting a rebuild to try and push them past 30 knots if the United States can get away with it.
I would also add that this is going to sound strange. The effect they're going to have on the design of ships in that period, because if they're being built at that speed, 1912, etc., the Royal Navy, that's part of the tech race, and suddenly the Americans are in the battlecruiser fraternity with ships which are a lot faster than the German ones.
Yeah, and you've also got the idea that these ships are 28-knot ships.
Interesting thing
carrying
is,
14.
There is a possibility you end up with the battlecruisers being a separate category in the naval treaty. So you end up with 15 battleships each, and maybe the British are allowed 5 battlecruisers, as are the Americans.
The problem is Japan's going to dig their heels in and go, "What about our 4 Congos?" You can't expect us to get rid of 2 of them, can you?
And that's when you do the thing of going, well, Japan, what we're going to do is be nice. You're still only allowed 9 battleships, but you're allowed 4 Congos, as long as they're still battlecruisers. So that gets them up to 13 to the 20 aggregate of both.
Which is
so very close to the 14 and might be just enough to be equitable.
What I will say is, in terms of a Royal Navy response, you're basically looking at these ships being laid down at the same time that
Tiger is.
And the thing is, as soon as it becomes clear that these 2 Royal Navy Nevada class are a pair of 28-knot battle cruisers, presumably at least armored to resist 12-inch gunfire. You're basically going to have the RN going, all right, you know what? I know we said we were going to build Tiger, and then there was going to be a whole thing where we were going to not build battle cruisers for a bit. But you know what? I think let's take the Tiger design, run it through the printer at a little bit bigger size, and let's use some of our lovely new 15-inch 42s in it. Yeah, what do you think? Everyone think that's a good idea? I think that's a good idea.
Or Alternatively, Agincourt gets built as a 28-knot fast battleship, as I suspect she was being designed to be, with small tube boilers. Considering the amount of small tube boilers which were suddenly available for Courageous and Glorious when she was cancelled.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, in this way, Seneca Canera, they're still minesweeping World War II mines to this day.
They keep finding them.
Right then.
They're everywhere.
Information mimic. About minesweeping, how long did it take to clear the English Channel? La Manche from mines of World War I and later on from World War II. I'm curious to understand how long does peacetime minesweeping take? Mines are still turning up, but they basically spent the next about 5 years doing concentrated efforts. About the next 5 years doing concentrated efforts. Seneca Nero, what monarch would be most happy with their namesake ship in ship in their fleet? Queen Elizabeth I. She gets an aircraft carrier and a battleship.
Mm.
In nicest way, the Spanish Armada is getting annihilated.
Yep.
HMS Queen Elizabeth with F-35s and airborne early warning, and HMS Queen Elizabeth, the battleship with 15-inch guns. Tangoing.
Honestly, I think they'd prefer the 15-inch guns with nose fuse HE.
Potentially, but you're forgetting. She could launch an attack on the.
bombs?
She could go and attack and take out the entirety of Spain in 1588. Let's be honest. A Queen Elizabeth class carrier fully loaded with fuel, ammunition, and aircraft, turning up in 1588 with all is not going to have any problems. It's not going to have any problems as long as it's got fuel and ammunition. There is nothing in the world which poses a risk to it. RG. In an alternate space version of Space Battleship Yamato, the journey to Iskandar, the Yamato's joined by other ships. Japan only gets Yamato. Every other fleet gets 80,000 tons. What do they send?
80,000 tons for all of the navies. The problem you've got is that, well, so basically you're going to have to build a bunch of other replicas of wrecked ships. So let me think. 80,000 tons of replicas on the sea floor they can build.
Because technically they were 40,000 tons in standard. You could get 2 King George V's for the Royal Navy.
Yep. The Germans basically have no choice. They've basically got to build replicas of the wrecks of Bismarck. Well, not so much because, as I'm aware, the whole reason it had to be changed is originally the whole premise was it was built out of Yamato's wreck, but we now know that Yamato's in pieces, so it's now a replica built to look like her wreck. So this is what I mean when I say replicas. A replica of Scharnhorst and a replica of Bismarck for the Germans.
Yeah.
So that comes to about 80,000 tons. For Italy, you're basically looking at a wreck of 2 of the Romas.
Yeah.
So, two of the Littorios. For the Spanish, oh dear. All of the Hispanias, I guess.
All of the Hispanias,
plus both Canarias-class cruisers.
I don't want to be the French in this scenario.
For the French, honestly...
A Richelieu and a Dunkirk?
Oh. You could do, but bear in mind, the aliens don't know. Bear in mind, because these are new ships, not ships that had to be sunk, the French could just build 4 Dunkirk replicas, which would be terrifying.
Yeah. Although that's going to be over 100,000 tons. That's not going to be 20,000 tons. They could get 3 of them.
Yeah, 3 of them. For the United States, it's fairly obvious. You send basically an Iowa, and then a North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Who have we not touched? I feel like we've missed one.
No.
Italy. Oh no, sorry, Russia. For Russia, you basically have to send all 3 Gangets.
And cry. Alright, so
Nothing wrong with the Gangets.
they are in this lineup.
They're Russian. Everything is wrong with the Gangets. They're Russian.
No.
In this lineup, there's nothing wrong with them in the period they are built. But in this lineup, fleet, in this lineup, think about it.
Bear in mind,
There are at least half a dozen ships in there which could solo the entire 3 Gangets without even thinking about it.
oh yes, I'm aware of that. But here's the thing: just because they only have to be wrecks of ships the aliens might have passing knowledge of, or what form they emerge in and what the capabilities are as space battleships is entirely up in the air.
Yay. Nice again. Would it be correct that the Italian Navy would buy more Franco-Italian Frem as a replacement for their fleet of 4 Alfredo on 8 Mastral class and 8 Lupo class frigates? Potentially, but if you're replacing that many vessels, you might build a domestic class because honestly, that's enough to justify the cost of developing it.
Yeah, basically.
Black Maximus, what if including the Admiral-class battlecruisers, the British built a class of 2 to 4 battleships of similar displacement, with 4 triple-inch 15-inch 42s guns, maybe 23, 24 knots with small boys, done 1919. Why would they build ships?
You mean okay. Do you mean done as in laid down 1919, or do you mean they're finished in 1919?
I'm going to take it as finished. And I'm
So
going to adjust that because I don't think the Royal Navy would build... at that point, they're not going to build a battleship that slow. So it's going to be, especially if they are 4 of that, they're going to be aiming for roughly 28 knots. Let's say they achieve 27. That's
honestly, I
the
feel
Admiral
like
class are going to be
you
30
can get away with... Yeah, you can get away with 3 triples at 28 knots quite easily. And the Royal Navy might choose to go for that.
It said 4 triples, and I'm changing the tonnage already. But
if it's that case, I'd say 26 is more reasonable.
No, I'd say 27, because if you're aiming for 28, you're more likely to hit 27 than 26. You're not going to be off by... The DNCs are not going to be off by that much. And small tube boilers and the power coming in, etc., and the available they've got in that period, they could do that quite easily. So, let's say they got 27 knots. If the Royal Navy has 4 such battleships and 4 Admiral-class battlecruisers, because they finished them all off, so you have 8 such ships, then the Royal Navy's very, very happy and no one wants to sign the naval treaties. Because if you consider the Americans considered HMS Hood equivalent to their 16-inch battleships, if you've now got 8 vessels which they would consider equivalent to their 16-inch gun battleships, then that puts them at a massive disadvantage versus the British. It also means that your standard displacement is going to be, well, we'd like to make 35,000 tons, but it turns out the Royal Navy has about 8 ships of 45,000 tons in their service. So we can't make it 35,000 tons anymore because no one will sign up to it. So basically, you've changed the world massively. And also, you've changed the requirements. If those ships are going around, then, to my mind, the odds of the R's still being in service by the time you get to World War II are very limited. Let's say you still get 15 ships that you're limited, but it's 15 ships of 45,000 tons. You have 8, so that means you've got 7 times 45,000 tons left. That will probably keep you to Queen Elizabeth class, and you don't need Renown, Repulse, Tiger, or any of those. You've got 4 admirals, so you don't need any of those. You don't need to worry about that. You've got a homogeneous class of 4 battle cruisers, so you don't need to worry about anything, all those things. So they're all gone. So basically, yeah, the Queen Elizabeths and the R's will last for a bit, and then they'll be going as well. Colin Cameron, if there are any reasonable way for HMS Jervis Bay to have damaged the Admiral sheer enough for her to be killed by the RN, if she had torpedoes, yes. Potentially, if she had torpedoes. That's what I say about a few of the scenarios where they get the armored merchant cruisers get. The biggest problem with the armored merchant cruisers was not fitting them torpedoes. There's the one which is taken off by Sharnos and Gneisenau and actually gets a position where if she'd had torpedoes, she'd been firing torpedoes from not dead between them, but close enough in between them at close enough range that they would not have been avoided. So if she'd had 6 torpedoes, 2 triple launchers each side, and could have launched a spread of torpedoes, then Sharnos and Gneisenau would have been sunk in that engagement. She'd have been sunk still as well, but they would have also been sunk. Then World War II changes World War II becomes very interesting if Sharnos and Gneisenau both get sunk by an armed merchant cruiser, and the armed merchant cruiser gets sunk along with them. At that point, Hitler probably has a hissy fit and no surface radar ever takes to sea again. We are up to this one. I'm marking this so I know and don't lose it. Black Maximus, if the Kaiser died in 1908 or 1910 and Wilhelm III decided to cut back naval spending a lot for more army spending with more friendly relations with the British, how could this affect things? Considering what Russia's doing and how annoying it's being over India at the point, the Entente might die. The Entente might die because if the Germans are bowing out a naval race in 1910, then suddenly the world is very different.
It gets worse because if it's 1910, Wilhelm III may be very, very receptive to the British delegation that comes at exactly that time, saying, "How about we stop the naval race and we sign some sort of agreement where we leave Europe alone and you stop trying to build a world-class navy, all right?"
Yeah, that's pretty much what they'd agree.
But of course, the British would make it clear: don't touch Belgium. You touch Belgium, we're still going to have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because the reason I say that is Britain was bound by somewhat ironclad agreements regarding Belgian neutrality.
That wasn't why we cared about
Belgium.
Belgium.
Bound.
That musty scrap of paper.
No, we cared about
it
Belgium.
Was a very useful musty.
We cared about Belgium not because of any musty round treaty, any piece of paper. It's because it's one of the few places in continental Europe which has the right currents and the right systems to actually launch an actual invasion of the UK from, viably. That's why we care about Belgium.
Anywho, Colin Cameron.
Our entire
given that she is,
yeah. Go on.
Given that she is roughly the same tonnage after conversion, would the Aquila X Roma have been more or less effective than other liner conversions like HMS Pretoria Castle to an escort carrier?
The problem you've got with Aquila is that while she would have been the best non-Japanese Axis carrier by a country mile, she does have certain problems in her design.
The fact that they used the French system for managing aircraft?
Yes, that's one of them.
The fact that their catapult system has a habit of kicking its shoes out of its own racks?
That as well.
The fact that they grossly underestimated the amount of stores they would need for maintenance of the aircraft versus ammunition.
All of these things, keep it coming.
The fact that the fuel lines weren't properly laid and would have made the ship go up like a liquid natural gas carrier.
Oh, yep. All of this is all very true.
There are so many issues.
And it still makes her a better carrier than Graf Zeppelin.
Yeah, that's the disturbing thing. That is the absolute cruel thing. Yeah, that's cruelty. How big was the... I don't know if you guys hear it, but there's just a massive crack behind me. I'm not sure how big a fly just ran into my wings repel fly electrocution device. But I have one for this room. I never had to have it for my office back at home, but I have one for down here. Mainly, I think, because I need to fix... I think there's a sitting water problem on top of one of the flat roofs in our garden. And I think that's why. We'll sort it out. Gotta be another Teddy question. How would it affect the US Navy in the world if he was killed during the Spanish-American War? US Navy doesn't get the same level of funding. It loses its best advocate. But also, America gains a massive war hero on par with Nelson for the Americans. Teddy is going to be the hero which they all espouse to. I mean, honestly, the Republicans would probably want... Republicans today would probably be arguing for there being... And I say this unironically, but I'm not talking about most Republicans, but I'm talking about there are some who would be unironically arguing for Teddy Roosevelt to be included in the National Pledge of Allegiance, a dedication to him, because he would be that much of a hero by now. And I don't think that's unfair
Please don't
to
joke
say.
about that. I don't think you're wrong. I just don't want to joke about
It's
it.
just it's the thing of it's the how far they go because of the level of national hero he would have achieved, and the movies about him would be legendary for how long and how exhaustive they were. There would always be funding for another movie about the life of Teddy Roosevelt. There would be an endless list of things of which actors played Teddy Roosevelt. That was quite the zap. Yes, people actually heard the zap. The mic picked it up.
I did not hear the zap. But then again, it may have been I just missed it. From Megastro, could the three of you here at Bruships be considered a Bilge Pump spinoff? I'm going to say no, because the
No.
only one I've interacted with in any extended capacity is Dr. Clarke.
No, this one's a slightly different style than Bilge Pumps. Honestly, mainly because we don't have about 2.5 hours of talking before we finally remember to turn on the record button. That's
only because you have to go do things in between the Twitch stream and the YouTube stream. Otherwise, that could happen.
Yeah.
As do I have to go do things between the Twitch stream and the YouTube stream.
And I will point out that if anything is going to be considered a Bilge Pump spin-off, the amount of times I've had Bilge Pumps members on Ramblings makes me qualified more than anybody to claim that my show is a Bilge Pump spin-off. That's right.
Yeah.
Fleet gets to call that. Even then, I wouldn't be quite so crass. Then again, I wouldn't be quite so crass to degrade my show to being a Bilge Pump spin-off. It's its own thing with its own stories. Besides, not anybody can get the chieftain.
It's doing
Ouch.
well.
Anyway,
Now-
moving on swiftly. Information Mimic. About the modern Navy. With the advent of strike drones, can we see a yes option of lots of AA guns instead of a few high-tech ones? I assume that means just put every single AA platform we have onto the vessel.
I mean, there's a very simple solution here. If we're talking about countering things like Shahed, honestly, no, not really. You might see slightly more. So instead of having, let's say, a single 57mm Oerlikon close-in weapon system, ships might carry 2 or 3. But apart from that, not really.
Okay, Oerlikon or 20mm? 57
No, I'm
millimeter.
talking about the company Oerlikon.
Yeah,
the-
but 57 millimeters are
Oerlikon
both.
produce more guns than just.
No, but
Oerlikon's-
the CIWS you're thinking about is the Bofors.
No,
Because it's produced
Sure,
by
Oerlikon
BAE through
produce-
Bofors.
I am sure Oerlikon produces 57mm. I'm sure I'm not making that up.
They produce a 35mm Millennium gun.
Am I thinking of the Oerlikon 35? I might be.
Yeah, it's the Bofors. It's a 57mm.
No. I know. There's an Oerlikon Seawiz. I'm thinking. Yes, that's it.
Yeah,
The,
that's a Millennium, 35mm Millennium gun.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
It's
yeah,
not
that's the one.
57mm. That's a Bofors.
I knew it was a 35. There we go. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't know much about modern Seawiz. I know certain things, but not that much. Yeah.
Dan, I'm
That's the
sorry, I
one.
just need to make this crack as Dan is leaving. Dan, I thought they worked you so hard that you weren't permitted to be awake and functional at work.
Good luck, Dan.
That's a whacking great kick up the MacGuffin for comedy.
Thank you, Colin, for the money for the Kalaxes. I'm getting the 2x2 versions. That's what I need to get because I like to stick them places. I like to stick them up on walls actually for the 2x2s. They are great for sticking up on a wall. They make really secure things for going up walls. These walls, they're going to be very securely put in. I've now got a drill which allows me to drill into the concrete without cracking it because it uses the right bits and uses the right things. That's good because concrete's interesting. The concrete is 1960s concrete. a concrete
Don't
breeze box.
crack it.
It's fun. It's fun.
That either means it's very, very hard or very, very soft.
It's
And
both
there is no in between.
No, it's both very hard, and if you hit it wrong, you crack it. So it's very hard and brittle.
Might I consider using coring drills instead of hammer drills?
That's what I have got.
Okay.
Or rather a hand drill which does both. And I can set it to the different things. So I have it set to medium, I have it set to level 6 on the coring. Still.
Well, we now have some more questiones, as they do say.
We do. Now, if...
And I'd like to lead on this one if you don't mind.
Please do.
From Bud Guy 8829, if the Spruance and Ticonderoga classes get the 8-inch AGS, how much does that affect future ship designs? Also, did Iowa class reactivation kill that program? Well, I'd like to open with a few key points. First of all, if the Spruance and Ticonderoga classes are being fitted with 8-inch AGS, they are radically different ships. Secondly,
they're going to be they're going to be broader beamed and longer. They're going to be the Tychos actually might be proper cruisers.
You've basically what you've done there is you've basically turned the Spruance into what the Ticonderogas were meant to be, and you've turned the Ticonderogas into the things the Ticonderogas were built to escort. That's what you've done there. And to be blunt, that was the point. The 8-inch AGS was designed for a much larger ship than the Tychos. It was designed to be the armament of the the first generation of the US's new class of general purpose cruiser. And by general purpose, I mean this is a ship that can lead a surface action group. This is a ship that will not operate unescorted. This is a ship that can do shore bombardment work. It can work as a station flagship. If it shows up, it's fairly impressive. That was supposed to be the point. I suppose, in a way, you could say the Iowa class reactivation did sort of kill the need for such prestige ships, but also not really. There were issues with the 8-inch advanced gun system. They hadn't quite worked out all the kinks. And it was inevitably, it was basically, why did they wind it down again, Dr. Clarke? Remind me, I keep hearing 3 different stories why they winded it down. I can never decide which one is right.
Politics. That's why there's 3 different stories.
Yeah, I figured as much. But basically, there's a whole different variant. Like there is that. There's also the fact that the US goes, do we really need these large-scale cruisers with 8-inch guns? There's a lengthy debate over that once the program's underway. Of course, with the Iowas being reactivated, they go, well, can't the Iowas do the same job? And the answer is yes, but not really. Because yes, they can do the prestige job. Yes, they can do the service action group leader job. But while they do the prestige job better, they do the service action group leader job worse.
Yeah, but that's life. That's in life in the big city. Cartoon Man 154. In answer to your question, yes, but no, and there is only so much information which can be discussed on that one. Information Mimic, in answer to your question, if the EU has more or less successfully collaborated in aircraft Airbus, is it possible for a naval collaboration between EU countries to mass produce some sort of ships? Airbus is a commercial enterprise focusing on producing commercial aircraft. Commercial aircraft are not prestige assets. They get flagged as things, but they're not prestige assets. If you try and do that with ships, there's also the other problem with ships is, let's say I want to build a ship across Europe, like I build an Airbus. I'm going to have chunks built in Germany, chunks built in Netherlands, chunks built in Italy, chunks built in Spain, chunks built in France, and a huge fight over where they're going to be assembled. And who's going to get the finishing yard. And who's going to put them all together. And it just gets very complicated and very problematic once you're doing ship designs. And also there's the fact that different nations want different things from ships. Europe is not one country. Europe is many countries with many different realities. The French have to worry about parts of France being all over the world. That's not something which is in the German lexicon. The Italians have to worry about all sorts of things in terms of where they're operating and how they're operating in the Mediterranean, which again is not in the Spanish lexicon. And so this is the problem when you try and sort of go, let's do this. It's not going to happen. And also, Why would they? They've all got thriving markets.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why Airbus comes
Europe-
about is to try and compete with Boeing and the major American organizations to try and push them together, because the idea was that European companies couldn't compete with the American ones unless they were forced to form one super company. The reality was probably different, but it worked. In fact, it produced a better company than them, but it's in so many ways. But the reality is that was probably a lot more politics than was necessary, and it's also cut down on a lot of the innovation which we would have had in the airliner market by cutting down the source of innovations quite so much. The two large companies.
What I will point out as well is that you do see a lot of military products in the EU that are successfully cross-border, but where you see them is where there's a very, very clear multinational use case for them. Tornado for an interdictor built in Europe for European air forces. Typhoon for a fighter multi-role aircraft for multiple European air forces. Things like...
But even those projects were absolutely massive arguments the whole time. There's a reason the Horizon frigate project failed, and there's a reason. Information Amendment, can you just come back with, build 5 Mistrals in several shipyards all over Europe simultaneously? You can do that on paper. In practice, those ships are not going to be the same as each other. It's going to be the French Navy all over again.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're going to be Mistrals and Navy.
And with that, go on.
Sorry. I was going to say, because, why is Italy going to tie up its own yard space and its own industrial base if it's not going to get a tailored platform to itself?
That's the other thing. You're not buying dozens of these platforms. You're buying one for your country, or one or two for your country. So you want them to fit your needs.
And it doesn't take many incremental adjustments before all of a sudden you have got a
very different
massive problem.
That's basically the Horizon. That's the Horizon frigate project all over again. Why the British end up with the Type 45 destroyer and the French end up with the Horizon frigates. It doesn't match in what they need. And I think Fleet keeps trying to say he's going to go to bed, but I don't think he should do. We all agree he should stay up, don't we? There's not many more questions to go. Let's be honest, there's not many more questions to go. Only a couple of dozen.
I'm sorry, but I really can't stay. I really can't stay awake, chaps. I have to. I have things to do tomorrow.
You're not so niche you actually need to sleep, do you?
Yes, I can't live on nothing alone. I mean, good lord, I need my beauty sleep.
Okay, all right.
Oh man, do I want to be cruel? Do I want to be cruel?
No, you don't. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Take care.
Goodbye, lads.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Blackburn, with your contacts in the military, presumably Dr. Clarke, have you heard anything about the Germans building any new 88mm guns for any kind of project?
Let's skip to the next question. RG, question. In an alternate 1890, a team of scientists developed hydrogen into hydrogen fuel, and by 1895, it's practical for warships. How are things affected? Frigate.
LPG carriers, I guess. Every warship an LGP carrier.
No, hydrogen.
That's really what
hydrogen. It's hydrogen and fuel cells. Oh, you're gonna have to shock stabilize those ships. Well, it's going to change your production. It's going to change your entire approach to cleaning. Ships are going to be a lot cleaner. Not going to have coal sooters issues. They're not going to. Seeing the byproduct of hydrogen turning into energy is usually water. That's not. They're just going to have fresh water supplies aboard when they take on hydrogen. Hydrogen plus oxygen, fresh water. So yeah, it's. Basically, what you're doing is you're going to give powers unlimited fuel supplies, because as long as they can sustain it and they have the infrastructure, they can do it. They can use any kind of bad coal or anything to generate the hydrogen, or any kind of thing like dams, etc., to generate the hydrogen. Basically their fuel supply is infinite, so not worry about that. You're not going to have the same differences of coal causing trouble in propulsion. It's going to depend on the level of investment and powers
Well,
developing
this
the things.
is.
It's going to affect
Oh,
submarine design. It's going to affect. It's so massive. This is not a 5-10 minute answer. This is me sitting down for about 2 to 3 weeks writing an answer to this in a naval history live, for which the vote will be out tomorrow. By the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would make the
what
argument that you're pretty much moving to an oil-fired oil-fired reciprocating system much quicker.
Yes, but you're also not got the traditional limitation of oil, which is access to oil.
Yeah.
Because everyone can
Oh.
have access to hydrogen.
Bone Meal Boy, what do you think of the RN building CGNs to complement and be indispensable to the USN, like France in the 30s building ships to complement the RN?
It wasn't really a requisite at any point, because if the USN didn't have them, when the USN had them, the Royal Navy did consider them, but it was trying to get the funding for them was pretty much impossible. Because also it's hard for the British to justify them, because really what NATO needed was full-on battle groups of carrier battle groups, etc. So it was more important you built a homogeneous carrier battle group than you built something which would slot in with the USN specifically. So that's sort of the difference. And that's also to an what the French did as well in the 1930s and did in themselves in NATO period. That's what it was. Question: how much would things change if the USN switched over to 16-inch guns with the Pennsylvania class? Well, the Pennsylvania class.
The building holiday doesn't happen.
Let's see. The Pennsylvania class battleships are being built in 1912. At which point I would say that the Queen Elizabeth class, which are also going to be built, the Pennsylvanias are laid down in October 1913 and March 1914. The Royal Navy will hear about this quite quickly. Their plans. The they'll be laying down the Queen Elizabeth's time, but I think, honestly, I don't think you have a building holiday, but also I would be very surprised. The Revenge class might still come out as 15-inch gun ships, but I would be surprised if there isn't a 16.5-inch gun ship along the way very quickly. In fact, considering the Americans, the amount of effort it would put in to get them to reach 16-inch gun ships for the Pennsylvanias, which historically are 14-inch gun ships, and the Nevadas prior to that are 14-inch as well. New York's 14-inch, Wyoming's 12-inch, so they've basically done 2 classes and then skipping up. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the British hear about it, and the British are going for 16.5-inch instead of 15-inch for guns for the Queen Elizabeth, because they did have a 16.5-inch design. Back in a second. Renan, can we please start next question? I just need to go to something which makes noise.
Yep. Hell Breaks Loose. Question: would a more sensible Ticonderoga VLS upgrade would have been to remove the aft deck gun, raise the deck, and add more VLS aft? Probably not. VLS likely weighs a heck of a lot more than a 4-inch or 5-inch gun system. And additionally, you can't go all the way to the keel in the aft of the vessel because you have the propeller shafts. And I don't remember, or actually I don't know how many shafts the Tychos had or have. So I don't think you're going to get VLS cells onto the aft of the ship. RG, following from last week with the Revenge of Tillman, I'm gonna have to wait for Dr. Clarke to come back on that one, so we'll hang tight there.
Just coming. It was the dishwasher, which was making weird noises.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's allowed.
Dishwasher was going beep 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 beep. was going, what the frigate? So, would a more sensible Tycho VLS upgrade would have been to remove the aft deck gun, raise the deck, and add more VLS. You can argue that for more VLS tubes, but you have to remember that the reason they have the 5-inch gun in the first place is if they run out of missiles. It's still at that point they're working on reloading at sea at that point, like they're working on reloading at sea today underway. But they were, they still wanted the 5-inch guns because they were prepared. Well, what happens if in a saturation attack if we've run out of missiles and the enemy are still coming? The guns aren't much help in that scenario, but they're better than nothing, and that's why they have them.
Following from last week with the Revenge of Tillman. How will the Soviets react for the Tillman plus nuclear missile cruisers, and would American allies build ships to react?
It's going to depend on the funding situation and how they hit the world. If they hit the world and people's going, what the frigate? And the Russians start building counters to them, then it's going to be harder for people like the British and French especially to not build their own capabilities in that area. RG. Following
Bud Guy 8...
just Bud Guy 9, yeah. How much of an impact if the US...
8829's questions... Go ahead.
If they enter the World War II battle line, the battle line of 4 Colorados, 5 South Dakotas, and 6 Lexingtons, well, you have to remember, if they enter the World War II without the battle line, then everyone else's battle line is also going to be altered. So ultimately, it probably is going to depend how their ships have been upgraded in the peacetime. But it's also going to mean that if that's been their, let's see, 15 ships, and they're all 40-something thousand tons, then the treaty tonnage has been very different, and both the British and the British and the Japanese and everyone else is going to have very different battle lines. Still, that's going to be a pretty capable force, though. That's going to be a very, very scary force. 4 Colorados, 5 South Dakotas, and 6 Lexingtons, that's a lot of 16-inch guns. That's a lot of 16-inch guns.
Knight 6831. Question. You are the Azur Lane commander in charge of the Royal Navy, Marine Nationale, Kaiserliche Marina, Regia Marina, Free
This
Modern
is an Azur
Russian
Lane
Navy,
question. I would say this is.
Yes.
Far more for ramblings, and I would specifically address this to Foxo. I'm not sure if Foxo is still here, but I'd say this is far more Foxo's area than mine, and I think Foxo would give you an absolutely excellent response. So that is to be addressed to Queen Foxo, okay? Decision. Best individual meal served by a Navy. My favourite has to be between the desserts I had on the Italian sailing ship, which came to London a few years ago, and the beef Wellington I got served on HMS Duke of Lancaster a few years ago. That was spectacular. Knight 6831.
That's another Azur Lane commander, so we'll skip to bone meal boys. Given what you said about the SMRs and Type 82s, what do you think is the smallest ship that can fit an SMRE? Could there be FFGNs in a carrier task force?
I would not like to be fitting it to a frigate, and there's a reason why. Frigates tend to be slightly smaller, slightly more of an expendable asset to an extent. It's going to be your anti-submarine warfare picket, your vessel which is out there tangling over the submarines. You possibly don't want to make that nuclear powered. It might be. They might end up, but then that's going to be the frigates are going to be somewhere in the region of probably get the Type 26s are probably about the smallest you'd want to go with a nuclear power. Adrian.
And additionally, you need a cheap and cheerful asset.
Dragon just got back from just a second to just respond with the chat. Dragon, yes. Basically, Knight has many questions on Azur Lane, and I've told him that Queen Foxo is the best person for him to ask on this subject. So I hope Foxo doesn't mind me invoking her, but I think far better her to be asked the questions, as she knows Azur Lane far better, I'm sure, than I will ever do.
Ian's Morrison, what would have happened if Henderson had not died in 39?
Good luck pausing the carriers and the capital ships. Good luck, Churchill.
But okay, here's my question: does Henderson know where enough of the bodies are buried to back Churchill into a corner?
Yes, and he has other skills up his street. In that, I'm sure he would go. Yes, I will deal with this, sir. We're already ordering these ships and these ships, so they're all fine. But I will listen to you. I will listen to you, new First Lord in the Admiralty. I will listen to you. But sir, might I just request something? Yes. Have you talked to Clementine recently? Why? Well, you see, I was having this conversation with my wife, who you know is her best friend, and well, I don't think it's really a good idea, and she talked it over with my wife, and I think you're going to be hearing from her very presently. At which point, Churchill probably goes, am I being managed here? No, you're being intimidated by the only person known to mankind who intimidates you.
Bold choice, but all right, we'll see how it works.
No, in a nice way, Foxo, Fleet will be panicking more than you over tomorrow evening's questions. If people are coming to ask you questions, and Nightbot just Nightbot just locked out Foxo. Sorry.
Okay, Foxo, keep in mind, I am the ignoramus electrician of this chat, and even I get questions. There was no way you were going to escape getting questions.
But yeah, if Henderson doesn't die in 1999, I think possibly he reaches an agreement with Churchill whereby not all the battleships will be paused. The interesting thing is whether he gets the Lions built or the King George V's. Because the Lions have started. He might make the argument, shift the people to the Lions and stop the King George V's. And never start Vanguard. He also could potentially, and I think with the carriers, he's not going to pause them. He's going to argue that they can't be paused. Stafford, is it time to scuttle Nightbot? No, Nightbot is useful for one thing. Nightbot is very useful for. If I don't have that many mods here, and if one of those advertisers turns up in the chat to try and advertise their wares, Nightbot will shut them down hard. So we keep Nightbot around because, as much as whilst it might occasionally misshoot, it's very useful when you have a certain specific problem turn up.
Yes.
Karen, what do you think of my idea of giving the Marine Nationale to the Austro-Hungarians as a practice joke if the Central Powers win World War I? Why do you hate the Austro-Hungarians so? Karen, why do you hate them so? Why? Why? What made you hate the Austro-Hungarians? Did you have a bad time when you visited Vienna? Do you have something against the Habsburgs? I don't know, but it seems to be you really don't like them. Gorbian. Another Teddy question. How would it affect the US Navy and the world if he was killed during the Spanish-American War? I think we answered that one earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, I think something may have gotten blubbed
Put
up.
through
We
twice.
did answer that one. Seneca, what could be done to improve the Dupe de Lorme cruisers?
You could... Well, as Fleet's not here, I can be honest. You can bore a big hole in their hull below the waterline and make sure none of the crew are aboard.
How? RG, what if Graf Zeppelin was a mix of her original design and a Lexington while maintaining her original aesthetic? And what if she'd survived the war and been found in North intact? Congratulations, you have taken one of the best interwar conversions and turned it into the worst interwar conversion. Would you like a prize?
The Red Fleet timeline RG, but even weirder than it is currently. That's my answer. Seneca, you are the commander of a World War II era sloop, yay, and you show up on the eve of the Battle of Trafalgar. How do you act? Do you talk to Admiral Nelson? And how do you convince him to include you in the battle planning, and how would you want the sloop to be used in the Battle of Trafalgar? Oh, that's easy. I would, of course, address him. I've got a powerful ship. Not many guns, but it's powerful. The guns are powerful. They can outrange any of his guns. And how would I address it? What would I do? Well, I'd suggest, could I please have the honour of leading one of the battle lines? Or maybe going off solo. Standing at range and sinking the entire Franco-Spanish fleet before he gets in range, because I've got two 4-inch high explosive guns, 2 4-inch guns armed with high explosive. I need to pop a single shell into each of the enemy ships, and that will probably do the necessary damage to make them go kaboom. It won't be a battle of Trafalgar; it'll be a massacre of Trafalgar. And if I'm a Black Swan class
Bone Meal
sloop,
Boy,
and I've
give
got
him...
twin 4-inch, then it's even worse. Yeah.
Bone Meal Boy, given what you said about Soviet surface raider doctrine, and given the current global tensions, why hasn't the Russian Navy deployed its Kirovs and Slavos over the world? From an
Because
armchair admiral's perspective, it's because as aggressive as Moscow has been in the last decade, they don't want to broaden the war any more than they think they can control.
It's also because they have... the Peter Veliky is technically the only Kirov class which is active, and I say technically active, and one is still undergoing refit and has not been worked up yet, and that's it. And as for the Slava class, they have 2 theoretically on the active list. One in the Pacific Fleet, one with the Northern Fleet. Moscow, of course, was sunk, and yeah, they are. Yeah, they don't really have the ships they used to do it. But actually, again, the Peter Veliky was doing round-the-world tours. That was what she was doing until she stopped doing them. So whilst, yes, that is their doctrine to be doing that, you need to actually have the assets in the first place before you can do that. And that's their current problems. Hello to Stafford's mum.
Ditto. Peter Smith, what country has the oldest navy? Define country, define navy.
I think you've got the Royal Navy has got to be one of the longest created navies in the world, but there are a few others that can put forward the case, and it all depends on when you're dating it from. So, in a nice way, that's the kind of question which you ask in a naval history conference, an international naval history conference, if you want to cause there to be a lot of argument, a lot of fierce discussions, and a lot of alcohol consumed. Because that not a naval history
essentially,
whereas Tudor history conferences sometimes descend into fistfights, naval history conferences have a habit of descending into drinking contests. Seeing as I've been the only one as the resident non-drinker, aka Sober Sally, which is what I actually get nicknamed sometimes once they're not drunk enough, I have on occasion been the one who is the only one left standing by the end of a 3-day conference. And when I say standing, I mean quite literally, I was the only one who knew where the paracetamol was and who was going to get it, and if anyone was going to get it. Oh, they always think their livers are better than they were. Hells break loose. Question: why have the Royal Marines shied away from an amphibious personnel carrier like the AAV? Is it their commando raid heritage or something else? It's a whole debate with them. It's a whole debate. They didn't even really. Basically, they are kind of hijacked by Commodore Clapp into bringing the light tanks with them in the Falklands War. The Royal Marines lose their armoured warfare section post World War II very quickly. They still do have some tracked vehicles and carriers, but they're not AAV styles. They are various the BVs, which are fun vehicles, not really what we'd like, but they're the things. And there is a reason why I argued for the U.S. Marine Corps APC would be a perfect fit for Britain, because I felt that you could turn the Royal Marines into a third strike brigade with that. So you'd have the Royal Marines with the amphibious strike brigade, because they've had this vehicle, and the Army strike brigades would also be amphibious brigades. So you'd have basically two Army amphibious brigades, which could be sent as follow-on forces should there be an amphibious operation, and you'd have a third strike brigade in terms of its of vehicles and units in terms of the Royal Marines. So you'd have this really interesting force, which could be really quite useful. Instead, of course, they've gone with an APC, which is it can do river crossings. It is amphibious to an extent, but it isn't suitable for the Royal Marines. And basically, one of the other reasons why the Royal Marines keep to do the vehicles and the system they do is they're cheap. And it makes the Royal Marines cheaper and makes them less likely to find themselves getting cut as a service. They are very good at navigating the whole, but we don't cost a lot of money and we give a lot of value. The Royal Marines make a very good case for being value for money, especially when people look at the number of them who end up in Special Forces. I'm not saying the Royal Marines specifically recruit and aim so that they overwhelmingly supply Special Forces so that they become a very core component for the Ministry of Defence's recruitment path and to keep our Special Forces capabilities, which we really do need. But they do have fun with that.
Dr. Clarke, are you insinuating that the Royal Marines would resort to underhanded tactics to keep their force structure and budgets intact?
No, but shameless manipulation of statistics and the wider Ministry of Defence, yes, quite happily. They are. A little known fact is that the Royal Marines, on average, are the group in the British government which scored the highest on the civil service entrance exams. Regularly, the Royal Marines are the highest scoring cadre on those exams.
Moving on swiftly. In regards to the EV debate from Carl von Gazenberg, do or will we see large batteries in surface warships?
Already there.
For dedicated ASW assets, you're definitely going to see them.
Already there.
Really, what you're going to start to see more of as the technology becomes deployable is whenever we get into supercapacitors, which is where it's going to be very useful for things like railguns, coil guns, and directed energy weapons.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's all old news. There have been batteries on ships for a long time. As long as there have been electric drives, a battery has been a very easy way to be able to give power to speed up your drive before your turbines have sped up.
Yeah. I think if you're talking in the sense...
And then there's SSKs and all sorts of things. So it's a case of large batteries in surface warships. There's already there. They're already factored in. Emergency power supplies, operational systems. There's huge battery banks on the ships.
I would say if you're speaking in regards to a ship which is purely powered by chemically stored electricity, probably not, because you don't have not on a warship that operates outside of like harbor defense littoral areas.
Not even then.
And even then, I think you're pushing it.
No.
So, Seneca Nero, what is in a submarine conning tower?
It's basically...
Are we touching this one, or are we skipping over it?
In a submarine conning tower, you find all the facilities needed to con the ship when it's on the boat when it's on the surface, and provide that thing. Part of it's literally there for when they're on the surface, so that they can see where they're going. They're not so low to the water. It's a necessary thing for navigation then when they're on the surface, but also you'll find things like masts, etc., and those things which they have to raise up, and other assets. We are answering this one loosely, but yeah. You can find very good descriptions on Wikipedia, which will say all that that are allowed to be said.
Yep. So
I'm
Stafford
resorting to the
Thompson,
Wikipedia rule.
Yeah, I'm going to kick you over to that too. In the event of a real hot war, how quickly would the USN roll out a lot more WASP variant to complement the supercarriers? Not quickly enough.
No.
The odds that the USN is going to be able to bring on more major surface combatants in any war that is probably within 2 years, 3 years time is very low.
Yeah.
You might essentially what you will see is anything which has the steel cut for it, you will probably see rushed into service relative to its predecessors. Anything for which you have to cut steel, do not expect it to come online quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the last one for this week. At least now I've figured out a formatting for the bot output, which I can do in the bot. I just need to figure out how to make it do the bloody timestamps.
Yeah, it's fun. It is fun. We have passed 4.5 hours. It is now half past midnight, and yeah.
We are 10 minutes out of 5 hours.
And I would like to point out that I estimated when I was putting the timestamps together at least 4.5 hours, so I went out to 4:04:24. And yeah.
Oops.
Well, you know, I can add in. Let's say if it gets to 4 hours and 4 hours and 46, then I need to start adding things on.
Maybe my timing's wrong.
Yeah. No, we've been going quite a while.
It's about 5 minutes out, and yeah, for air quotes free timestamps, I'm happy with it being 5 minutes out. You can scroll one way or the other.
Nice, you'll ask fewer questions next week. That's good, because it's the week after that is going to be the Historiathon. There's going to be a video produced this week at some point, which is going to be the Historiathon explained, what I'm doing. Before that comes out, there is going to be an article posted in probably the Kalax section on Discord for Kalax to review and offer opinions of it. Because I don't want to go massively wide yet, so I'll keep it to the Kalax. Ask their opinions. Then it will go on to that, and also I've got a range of things I need to do during this week to prep for it. But it's going to be 36 hours of fun. Yeah, Dragon and Queen Foxo will be having fun tomorrow with Azur Lane.
And that means I have a week to information mimic. What I will do here, I can do this because there's nothing on here that is going to tip my hand. I'm going to post a screen cap of what I have up on stream right now, not counting Discord, and put it in cyclic requested. And you can see exactly how I've been tracking time. So yes, ta-da!
Yeah.
But the that tells me then that I have to get the timestamp system working this week.
Yeah.
You realize I don't actually have tomorrow off, right? Because I need to go into work to pick up from the absolute pear-shaped messness that Friday was. For those of you who don't know, Friday I got to pull wire, which was great because I've only been waiting on the equipment and the parts to do that for like 6 months. And then 2 wires decided to slip the pull. So I have to pull those wires out and probably an additional wire out to tow the rope back through and re-pull the whole thing.
We wish it to be smooth and quick. Why am, for those of Voxo, why am I Queen Proxo now? Should I be Crown Princess, to be honest? No, you've been promoted. And the next level above Queen is Queen Empress, so, you know, I thought you'd like that one. That's your promotion scheme. You've gone from Crown Princess to Queen and next Queen Princess. It's going well. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you to Runon. Thank you to Fleet for all they've done this evening. Thank you to all the admins who've been here. Thank you to everyone who's been here chatting away and answering questions. It's always a lot of fun. I always enjoy doing it. And yeah, next week, I'm hoping I've had paychecks come through, because then I will have paid the bill to have Restream, and we will be doing the first one with Twitch as well as YouTube, and we will see what happens. Lord help us all. That could both be great and it could be terrible. And then once we've done that, then we're prepped for the 36-hour long video, which is 36 hours, which is actually going to be the maximum length you can have for a YouTube video is 12 hours. So I decided I was going to break it up into 4 9-hour videos, and I'm going to schedule them one after the other on the channel. So that's going to be to take care of the YouTube side of things. I'm told with Twitch it will do the stream for the full 36 hours. I'm not 100% sure on that, but someone has told me this. So yeah, that is going to be fun.
I think Twitch's limit is 48, so you're under it.
Yeah.
It's either 24 or 48 on Twitch.
Yeah, if it turns out to be 24, I'll do to 18 and then I'll convert it then, because that'll fit better with the 9-hour conversions on YouTube. And yeah, hopefully that all works well and goes well and you all enjoy that, because it's an idea, and the idea is both to raise money to fund research and more research going on, but also to see how well it does, because as I said, I like the idea of being able to do charity streams, but I don't want to do a charity stream. Like I said recently, earlier, I don't like to make promises and then not be able to deliver on them. So I like to check first before. So I want to go and see what a 36-hour history stream turns out like, because no one's ever done one. No one's ever done really an endurance stream on history or education. They do them on fun things like gaming, and there are VTubers and there are various gamers, etc. do this something. But no one's done a history endurance stream. I might be nuts. I could be completely insane, but it's fun. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And Thomas Gouchoir, who would win in a fight, you or Drac? He has good ground game with Hema, and there are also videos of us doing sword fight. He is good. I can parry him and I can get hits in, so it's an interesting one, but he does have more practice with sword fighting than I do currently. I would say in a physical fight, at the moment, he would win, because I'm still getting over pneumonia, so frankly, I will run out of stamina after about 15 minutes, and then he'll just whip me. That's literally it. I will be able to put up a mighty defense, and we'll be getting in jabs for 15 minutes, and then I will run out of energy, and he will just run the board at the moment. And, yeah, maybe other scenarios it comes out, I would say I'm a slightly better shot. But there is fun there as well. We'll see.
And if you're talking about me, then it's going to be Drac every day of the week, twice on Sundays, unless I have my rifle and distance.
Night.
And even then, I lose that one.
Night. It goes 12 to. You're trying to do the streams, but it's 12 to 9. Then 9 till 6, because it's 3 hours till midnight. 9 hours. And then it's from 6 a.m. to 3 o'clock. And then it's 3 o'clock to midnight. That's the 36 hours. I was jesting. Sorry about it. Anyway. No, we're best friends, Thomas. We have this conversation quite regularly about who can win in a fight. There's actually... The thing is that this is the fun thing you've got coming. The video on Tuesday does include threats of physical violence. Over the subject. Not from me, I have to admit. I was being... not from me, no. I'm mainly going, ha ha, I'm a long way away and you're flying away, mate. You can't do anything. And this was over the debates over the Congos. But yeah, we're getting there. The thing I'm most expecting after Tuesday's video comes out is for people to go, we'd like another one. And we'll arrange one of us just talking about history stuff, or probably about the Congos because of the threats of physical violence over them.
Laughs and not eligible to join.
It'll be fun. Ryan, thank you very much, everyone. Stafford, I'd like to think I could hold my own against Drac. I will wish you luck. I wish everyone luck. I know how good he is, and I know how good I am. I know how much we both have been we both have trained and have been trained over the years. And yeah, we have different styles, but they're both quite effective when they need to be. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care and have a nice evening. Hope you're well and hope you're enjoying life. And yeah, I am going to need to add in a new timestamp. Toodles.
Good night.